All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our thought leadership track at Global Encryption Day, San Francisco. This is the second track of our event this morning for those who may not have attended. At the Google community space, we have a training event that has been recorded to talk about different encryption technologies. That is recorded, so please check it out when it completes here in a couple hours at YouTube. It's on our website, gedsf.org. And so, what is Global Encryption Day? So if you were with us at the first track, this is a repeat of that, but for those who are just joining us. So Global Encryption Day is managed by a group called the Global Encryption Coalition. It's a membership organization with, if I believe, over 400 members. One of the key ones, of course, is the Internet Society. The Internet Society was one of the founding members of GEC. So GEC does a lot of good work to make sure encryption is around for us. So in the case of countries that are trying to weaken encryption standards and put more controls around encryption, encryption is a key piece of being safe. And so groups such as GEC really do strive to make it work for us and be safe. And so one of the ways they do this is create this event called Global Encryption Day. Global Encryption Day is a series of events around the world. This year, I suspect to have over 120, maybe 130 events around the world, been going on for the last month. And this is our local attempt here in San Francisco to do it justice. So Global Encryption Day, San Francisco. To learn more about GEC, you can go to globalencryption.org. This event was put on by many sponsors and partners. So we'll start with the partners. So the two professional societies, the Internet Society and the ACM, the Association for Computing Machinery, have paired together to put this event on here in San Francisco. Our sponsors include RXM, Miser 42, FrontEgg, and the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. We'll talk more about them in just a moment. Okay, FrontEgg, our spokes lady, Lior, she unfortunately had to leave. So I'll try to do it justice. So FrontEgg is a modern authentication and user management platform, really trying to alleviate these concerns from your SaaS, typical scaling SaaS operation. And so please check out their offerings. FrontEgg has been very kind to the ACM in the past several meetings by sponsoring our events, and we really do appreciate it. Lior, safe travels. Thank you for supporting us. Here's some QR codes in that vein. So one is a one-pager about FrontEgg itself, and then a trial license, which Lior, please correct me if I'm wrong, is for 50 or less size companies, free forever to use their product. So please check it out. We appreciate you, FrontEgg. Next, near and dear to my heart is RXM. This is where I work. The training track was put on by instructors from RXM, Chris and Christian, with support from Anita and Randy. And so we do training, certifications, consulting, advisory type work. And as you can imagine, a lot of cloud native stuff, a lot of AI stuff nowadays. If you're interested in any of our open enrollments, here's a 50% off code to anyone. And we will also raffle a couple 100% off today as well. So keep an eye out for that. All right. Cloud Native Computing Foundation. They did marketing support for this event. RXM and others, M42, were all members of the CNCF and the Linux Foundation. So you may have heard of the Linux Foundation. This is the home of Kubernetes and many other cloud native projects. We have several members here, including Patel, who will be speaking later. Daniel's involved with all these products as well. David is. I think everybody here is touching something that the CNCF hosts. So thank you to the CNCF and the Linux Foundation for getting the word out for this event. Actually, just real quick story. This is actually how we kind of partnered up with Andreas Vega. So one of our partners who's not here today has worked through the entire event, even communicating as of last night. He couldn't be here, but we had met at CNCF events. We were at SecureCon talking about zero trust in Seattle. And that's how we kind of met up, and he joined us and really got some traction. That's how we got many of the speakers here today. Thanks to Andreas. Thank you, Andreas. I hope Hawaii is kind to you. Speaking of Andreas, his company, Miser 42, is an advanced security platform and advisory firm. And so while we hope to educate people on encryption and cryptography in our training track, there is a level of expertise even we do not have. And so we have Andreas and others in the audience here who can help you. So please check out M42 to see what kind of advanced technologies there are in this space. Okay, a couple more names with us tonight. So we have our partners, the Internet Society and the SF Bay ACM. Additionally, we have David Issa. So David will be our MC tonight once we get through the intro here. And David and myself go way back. We've put on lots of events together. David is also a member of these organizations along with myself. And again, Chris Hansen, Christian Laksina, they will be here once the training has finished probably around 4:30. So if you are here or even remote and want to ask them questions, they will be here. And again, Andreas is not here. Now, Global Encryption Day has gone on for a number of years. And so each year it grows larger and larger. So there's already been hundreds of events around the world in the last few years. Many of them are online. Many of them have things you can read. Please check it out. A lot of good advice, a lot of good tooling, a lot of good information out there to learn about. All right. Next, we have the Internet Society. So if I could ask our partners from the Internet Society to come up while I am a member. We have Zach Taylor from the local chapter, and we have Charles Muck from our Board of Trustees who are going to say a few words about the Internet Society. So Zach, you want to kick us off?
Thank you so much, Ron. Everybody, I'm so excited tonight. Really glad to see everybody here. So the mission of the Internet Society is to promote the open development, continued evolution, and use of the internet for people worldwide. This important mission is distilled into a global impact statement every year, and your local chapter attempts to line up with that and promote it throughout the San Francisco Bay Area and California. So in 2024, we published 2 white papers. We co-sponsored several lectures across the Bay Area. We launched a satellite chapter in Los Angeles. It's fantastic, and it's an exciting time to help and promote the continued use and openness of the internet. So please, I implore you, if you haven't joined the Internet Society yet, do so now. Thank you so much. Ron?
Thank you, Zach. Next, we have Charles Muck, who is on the Board of Trustees of the Global Internet Society. Charles?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Charles Muck. I'm from the board of the Internet Society Global. We are a organization that includes more than 120 chapters all around the world. 120, of course, including the San Francisco Bay Area chapter. And we have a group of volunteers as well as a large staff for both the Internet Society and our foundation. The foundation actually funds most of the work that we do and our partners do in all areas, including connecting the unconnected, which is a big part of what we do. And also, in order to maintain the healthy development of a safe, secure, and open internet, what do? We actually work with a whole number of standard organizations to make sure that the internet standard is going to be taken care of in a very multi-stakeholder fashion and not dominated by anybody. And in this regard, we work very closely with organizations such as the IETF and IAB and so on. We have a close relationship with them. We actually also fund some of the work that they do. At the same time, we also, as I said, go out to all parts of the world, including the developing world, to fund the development and build out of new networks all over the world. And that's an area that I think you will find very interesting, hearing what Aleksandra has going to say about Giga, because that's a huge area where I think ISOC can work more closely with organizations like Giga on. So without further ado, I just want to say that thank you so much to chapters like the San Francisco chapter, making possible this sort of events, because we wouldn't be who we are without the support and the work of the chapters just like yours. So thank you very much. And yes, I do echo what Zach has been saying. Join the chapter, join the Internet Society. You join one chapter or you join more than one chapter, and you become an Internet Society member, and it's free of charge, and you will become part of us. You will be able to work with us and get all the information you will need about Internet standard technologies and security, resilience, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Round of applause for Charles and Zach. Thank you, gentlemen. And Charles actually reminded me, the foundation. We get grants from the foundation to do some of the projects that we do. You know, we try to do things for free, keep the expenses down, but sometimes things do cost money. And we appreciate the grants for those very, very purposes. Okay, next we have the ACM. And I believe Greg, who had been talking about the ACM, is running our registration. So I will speak for the ACM. So on the left-hand side, we have about the worldwide. On the right, we have about the local chapter. I'll start with the chapter. So the one quiz we like to give people is, when was the term AI first used? It's the hot potato today. 49, close. Is that authoritative? We're going to go with the one I know, 1956 at the Dartmouth conference is when supposedly it was invented. But nonetheless, the point is, it's been around a while. AI has been around a while, and so have we. So the local chapter's been here for 67 years. We put on 2 to 3 events a month, and most of them are recorded. So you can check us out on YouTube. We have hundreds of recordings of different presentations we have done. We really like to strive on the education part. So please join us and come partake. And this event is actually, again, part of the ACM and ISOC together. Globally, there's digital library is a huge resource that the ACM Global produces. There's chapters around the world, so lots of networking. And not to be left out, ACM also works with the Internet Society, but we also partner with the IEEE, another close society here. So again, by joining these kinds of groups, you get a huge network, right? These groups are huge, but they also are friendly to other very large groups. So there's lots of great resources out there, people to know. Please join. Okay, again, so again, these are to the chapters. If you please check these out when you have a chance. Now, Global Encryption is funded, but it is not funded by the Global Encryption Coalition. So the Global Encryption Coalition does not take donations directly. So on behalf, the Internet Society does, who's, again, the founding member. So if you enjoy this event or events like this, please make a donation. The Internet Society does a lot of great work, and we want to keep it that way. So please consider donating. All right, so here's the agenda. Again, track 1 was training. This is currently probably wrapping up here in the next hour. Again, about a lot of encryption-related technologies by Chris and Christian. And here we have our lineup of speakers tonight, which David Issa will take over in just a moment and talk about. So again, the point of this is to actually get a broader view of the tools and the technologies and the use case of these tools in their impact in the world, right? It's one thing to be in the weeds using a tool. It's another thing to have a larger ecosystem view or view of these kinds of concerns. And that's really what this is about. And for those who are remote, please ask questions. We will keep an eye on the chat, and we will pass it along to our speakers that, well, you know, we want to make it a dialogue and make it fun and entertaining. Please do. If there's any technical issues, please email me. My email is there on the bottom. Spam will be ignored. Okay, again, here's the kind of official definition of Global Encryption Day. So what is Global Encryption Day? Global Encryption Day is an annual event organized by the Global Encryption Coalition, designed to raise awareness about the importance of encryption and protecting privacy and securing digital communications, brings together various stakeholders, including civil society organizations, technology companies, and individuals to advocate for strong encryption policies and practices. And why are we actually here? We're actually here because people stole our data, and now we're worried they're going to read it. So what can we do about that? Okay, David, take it away.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to be bringing the thought leadership track to you. Our hope is to help expand the education, and we've worked hard to bring a lot of diverse thought leaders to the table so that we could discuss how encryption is impacting the world at large, coming from several different vantage points. So we will be running tonight's session, going through, we have a lineup of speakers that will be presenting on a variety of topics. And then at 2 points during the session tonight, we'll be hosting a panel discussion. The first one being on the present state of encryption. And then the second panel discussion talking about the future of encryption and what technologies and tools are going to be coming down the pipeline. The hope is that you'll get a firm understanding of the topics and implementation challenges that are currently being faced by organizations at large, and then we can talk about where the industry and the roadmap for encryption is moving forward. As Ron mentioned, we'll be monitoring the chats. So as the speakers are delivering their presentations, feel free to send questions through the chat channel. If you're live here in the audience, just raise your hand when the time is right, and we will try to address those questions with the speakers in an appropriate manner. Here's the overview of tonight's agenda. As I mentioned, we'll go through several speakers and then break for 2 panel discussions with our speakers. All right, we're going to begin with Daniel Riedel. He is a San Francisco-based entrepreneur and venture capitalist and currently partner at GenLab Ventures.
Absolutely. I'm mic'd here, so I need that, or?
Nope,
Okay,
you're right.
Okay, no worries. Great. First off, Ron, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here. I'm also, my name is Daniel Riedel. I'm also a fellow board member at the Oasis Open Foundation, which we actually also do host a lot of other standards and work with other organizations as well. But today I came here to talk about venture and talk about why venture needs to care more about encryption security in general. I am not a cryptographer, but I respect all cryptographers because math is really hard. And I also think that encryption itself is, which I'll get into, is a foundational concept of how we need to build the internet, software, cloud infrastructure, and artificial intelligence. But first, I want to talk a little bit about what is a venture studio. So I am a venture capitalist. I run a venture fund, which actually funds a venture studio. And in that venture studio, we work to build companies. We have a thesis. Our venture studio's thesis is enabling AI through helping scale critical infrastructure. We think that the explosive nature of what we're seeing right now from an inflection point, you can see it now. I believe Google and Microsoft and AWS have now decided to get into the nuclear energy game because there's just simply not enough energy for data centers. And so we're seeing massive growth. And what we do know and what we've learned over time, when we start growing really fast, we also make mistakes. When we start dealing with critical infrastructure, those mistakes potentially have life safety challenges. And when we start looking at that from a risk perspective, from a venture studio or funding venture, we care about making sure that the companies and software that we create is strong, risk tolerant, and able to be successful day one, not we're going to push it out the door and figure out security later, which has been something that in some cases venture has been known to do, where we put security secondary as opposed to primary. So as a venture studio and a venture fund, we care about that. One of the first things that we did as a part of what we worked on is we actually started being involved with an organization called COSI. COSI is the Coalition of Securing Artificial Intelligence. You can find it online by just going COSI. It is started by Amazon, Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, GenLab, and a bunch of other organizations, because we do realize that we're going to move very fast And we need to have the best practices and methodologies on how we actually look at securing artificial intelligence as we push it out into the wild and connect to all the things. Just a little bit of note about myself. I have actually talked about this in the energy and critical infrastructure before. Back in 2017, I testified in front of the Senate. This was a very interesting experience. You can see how attentive I am about how nervous I was at the time. Only slightly less than what I am right now, or more. Anyways, but talking about security is hard. It is challenging. We have 3 lab directors on the right-hand side who said, we're going to secure our energy infrastructure through dark fiber. And we have 1 quantum key distribution person talking about how we're going to solve it with quantum key distribution. And I go in there and I garble through a lot of complex terms and ideas and complexities, because securing things is hard. It's complex. There is no one solution to do it. There's no one encryption methodology. There's not just two-factor, there's not just hashing data. There's not just, dealing with having humans take care of passwords. This is a very complex problem. And what I learned about that, the easiest way to solve it is through applying money as a venture capitalist to ensure when you build the things to start, you can build them the right way. So as a venture capitalist, when we start building companies, we do have some say in the methodologies and the cultures that we create. At GenLab, we want to create a culture of thinking about security and encryption first, not second, because we're going to have to go fast. I was thinking about this over the weekend. I was one of those people who decided to do my slides at the last minute, but I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I thought about, back in 2000, we think about the internet and thinking about like how we would approach building it. I kind of feel like we were trying to build it out of balsa wood, right? If we go build like, a bridge out of balsa wood, civil engineers would never let that happen. But we want to iterate. We want to see how it looked. We want to say, okay, let's get the software out the door, see how that software works, see what's going on. We'll worry about breaking things later. And because of that, we saw a lot of fundamental challenges in how we built things out, right? And I bring this up because whereas in this room, I don't think we need to tell, here, just a quick raise of hands. How many here of people have worked on product at either a startup or inside of enterprise? Okay. How many people have heard, well, we need to get this feature out the door. We're going to push those security concerns to later. Exactly. So these are things that but if you're building a bridge that supports critical infrastructure, you can't worry about later. It's got to work day 1. Not day 2, day 3, day 4. It's got to be secure day 1. Fast forward to 2015, and we're just starting to talk about DevSecOps. We're just starting to talk about those things. We've kind of upgraded from balsa wood to duct tape and baling wire. But even still, talking about security was a very challenging problem when we're trying to talk to the business about why we need to get things done. And so for us, there was a movement that got created, DevSecOps. So DevOps as a movement, or DevSecOps as a movement, was a way to start thinking about how do we do things faster, knowing that the business is not going to stop. And we're at an inflection point right now where we're going towards superintelligence. And back in 2000 and 2015, most things did not connect to physical systems. But now with artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, we're going to connect it to everything, which means we're going to go from a security issue to a safety issue. And when we go back to that bridge, we kind of have to make sure it works the first time around, because it's going to have consequences in the real world. And so, one of the things that I try and reinforce with the founders and entrepreneurs that work with us is that at the end of the day, it's all about the data. Right? Encryption or signing means that I can start trusting the data to a certain extent. It means that the data may not have been altered. It means that I have some level of confidentiality. It means that I have some level of understanding this was at a state at a period of time, at another period of time. And when we start pushing things into AI and it starts responding to it, it's only as good as the data that feeds it. So if that's the case, we have to start thinking about the provenance of that data. Where did that data come from? Does that data have integrity? Is that data allowed in my space? Sovereign data is something that a lot of governments are thinking about, right? This is data that's from my country. This country data shouldn't go to another country. This AI should operate in this space. And one of the great things about encryption and one of the great things about how we sign information is it can give us some trail of where that information is at, not just from a confidentiality perspective. That is also very important. But I also know to a certain extent, if you want to keep something secure, don't have it in digital form. Next step, if you have it in digital form, then you start layering on a whole bunch of other things. But the point is, where I go with that, is that when we start looking at data, we need to understand where it comes from. So as a venture studio, when we start building and working on these projects, we ask these questions day one. We ask these questions as we build and as we actually deploy these things. So going back to where venture is going, money is being deployed at an incredibly fast rate. I mentioned earlier that we're building, you've got like Google. How many people have worked in the energy industry? Okay, this is not an industry that moves quickly. And for reasons, right? And you have to be very methodical as you move these things along. But we're going to see that pace double, triple, or quadruple in the next 5 to 10 years, which means we have to rethink how we build those things, which takes us back to that sort of DevSecOps, DevOps mindset, because a lot of these worlds are still operating in a waterfall mindset. So as we look at scaling AI and autonomous systems, we can't use false wood. We can't use baling wire. We have to make sure we build these things right the day one. And I believe that venture and capital in general needs to think about that as we apply those things, because one of the things we want to make sure of is we do not want our investments to have some critical challenge that puts that equity or puts that at risk. And so today, what I'm trying to also do is, from a venture mindset, make sure that we're not only deploying capital to build amazing innovation, but that innovation is also built securely, and it's also built in a way that is strong. And so my personal feeling is that security and encryption is sort of the steel of the internet, right? If you start thinking about steel, when we build bridges, it is strong, it does not bend. It's why we use it to build very strong infrastructure. And the reason I bring it up here is because data by itself is very fluid. Anyone can alter it at any moment in time. Anyone can copy it or use it. Unless you have some sort of cryptography around it, you're not going to be able to show that it was actually in that state from point A to point B. And so I think about that, and we think about how we build things. That's where I think what this organization and what Global Encryption Day is about is creating the steel of the internet so we can build strength into all the applications and the software that we're building out there. So coming back to, as a venture capitalist, we are focused on critical infrastructure. We do want to understand risk. We want to make sure our investments are safe. And we can worry about security after the market transactions is a non-op, right? You have to think about security day one. For those here, because I think I might, keeping my VC hat on, as a founder, and if you're thinking about going out there and building a company, the key thing is when you're building and you're going rapidly, ignore the hype. If your product or service is going to be on the hype cycle, that is not sustainable. So when you start building, that's why we think about building security, ignore the hype, stay inspired. That's one of the most amazing things about right now. It's one of the most exciting times to be an entrepreneur. There's so much opportunity out there. We're looking at critical infrastructure and not foundational models and not features for foundational models or chat agents, because we think that's a blue ocean opportunity that we need more people looking at, because that's where we really do need to build. If we want to have super intelligence running all the autonomous systems, well, how are we going to manage that in, say, San Francisco? You got Waymos driving around everywhere. Well, what happens when it's like New York in the 1980s, which was like all yellow? At some point in time, it's going to be all autonomous systems out there. So if there's an emergency or something bad happens, where's the autonomous systems operational unit at the city to start coordinating emergency services with these autonomous systems? These things don't exist yet. They need to exist. And so there's a massive amount of opportunity out there. But in short, it's about trust, safety, and resilience. And I'm super excited about where the future is going. I'm super present on the fact that we have to do this right, because we're moving into a world where it's not just security, it is safety as we tie all these systems together. So thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
Daniel, thank you so much. As he mentioned, we're open for questions. Both if you have questions online, feel free to raise your hand or enter it into the chat and we'll ask it. And then also here, any questions in the audience?
Yeah, so thank you for the talk. Basically, that was awesome. Coming to DevSecOps, do you have any standard pipeline or something special for energy industry, or it's just all the same?
So when it comes to DevSecOps, I'm going to go back to any NIST standard or other framework that is out there. There are several in the DevSecOps space. A lot of organizations take those frameworks and build their own DevSecOps methodology for the specific organization. But as far as that, I typically, my standard is to go to security frameworks from NIST, DevOps frameworks from NIST. DoD has also put out a really good DevSecOps framework as well that they've been working on for a long time. And so I typically push to those organizations that actually have a lot of people working on, thinking through and actually testing and researching those methodologies.
Thank you, Deep. Any other questions from the audience? Ron, any questions online?
Yes. All right, we got a question from Bill about speeding up implementation of energy. What are the drivers? Why would the old infrastructure not slow? Why would the old infrastructure?
So if you start looking at, so if you've been in the energy business, they think about things in typically in the past, especially when you look at the bulk energy grid, they think about things in 10, 15, 20, 25, 50-year timeframes. A lot of the substations that were built here in the United States were built for a 50-year time period. Like, think about that from a technology perspective. 50 years is like I can't even imagine where we're going to be in 50 years. And so when you start looking at that and looking at how energy is planning on growing, that's a very traditional waterfall method of how you handle scale. If you're dropping SMRs everywhere, and then you're also trying to figure out how you're going to enter that into the bulk energy grid, and you also have renewables coming up, we're going to be revolutionizing all of that stuff. But the bulk energy grid is still relatively fragile, and at some point in time, there's a bunch of ways that we have to interact with that. And so whether it's you dealing with this on the energy perspective, or dealing with this in, or in even things like flight, or even vehicles themselves, the methodology of how we approach building that is going to have to shift. In some cases, we saw that shift when this is why we came out with DevSecOps, right? From the 90s to 2000, you saw more of a waterfall methodology in how you build infrastructure. You build something, you have a release date, that release date might 6 months or a year out, and then we realized that just did not work. That's very much how the energy infrastructure works today. That doesn't work in software anymore. That's where we came out with DevSecOps, so we could do, deployments every hour or every day. And so if you're going to start changing the infrastructure, you have to change the methodology of releasing that infrastructure in the same sort of concept.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Last question. All right.
Right.
Daniel, thank you so much. Oops. Furball.
Troubles.
There you go.
All right.
You want to reshare the presentation?
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Well, So next up, we have Aleksandra, who will be coming and speaking with us. She is an expert in partnership development and resource mobilization with over 10 years of experience across Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. She currently works at Giga, partnership specialist with UNICEF, and specializes in connections or helping with schools get connections to the internet. Right.
Thank you.
Oh. Yes, you can take
Okay.
this mic.
Thank you. Fantastic. Are my slides over here?
Yes. you can just
Okay,
Put them right here.
great. Okay, thank you for this presentation. I wouldn't do it better than you. So thanks a lot for having me. It's really a pleasure. Thanks, Ron, for inviting me to give this talk. We're really excited from Giga that we start to collaborate with Internet Society and also Internet Society chapters because we, in the end, all share the same goal of connecting the unconnected. So I'll talk about Giga. Maybe first, let me start with a question to all of you. Do you know how many people in the world are still not connected to the internet? Any ideas?
Billion.
More.
Trillion.
Someone gives more. We are not that
2
many
billion?
yet. Yes, exactly. So there 1/3 of world population is still not connected to the internet. So it's 2.7 billion people. So it's an increasingly, overarching problem in our digitally connected society. And you can imagine how much it impacts the lives of people in terms of their access to information, opportunities, and choices. So those maps here reflect the state of digital inequity in education. You can see the red dots represent the schools that are not connected to the internet, and green dots are the schools that are connected to the internet. So you can see that in certain low-income countries, such as Sierra Leone, we have almost 99% of schools that still are offline. In Botswana, it's 44%. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is a European country, still there are more than 30% of schools that remain not connected. So it's really a very big issue. And to tackle this, in 2019, UNICEF, United Nations Children Fund, and International Telecommunications Union, which is the oldest agency of United Nations, joined forces and created Giga. So Giga is a joint venture between UNICEF and ITU. And our goal, which may sound very simple, but it's truly not, is to connect every school in the world to the internet by 2030. So the clock is really ticking for us. How do we do it? So our model of working is, again, quite simple. We operate across 4 pillars. First, we cannot really solve the problem if we don't really know its magnitude, right? So we really need to understand how many schools are there in the world. This is yet another interesting fact that no one really knows how many schools are there in the world. We estimate there are 6 million schools. But one of the first things that we are doing is mapping the location of schools and also monitor the connectivity status. We model the infrastructure in order to understand what is the most cost-effective solution to connect schools. We also provide support to the governments related to mobilizing the money for infrastructure connectivity. And finally, we help them in procurement. I'll explain how we do it in a minute. So mapping is really one of the core pillars of our work. And our flagship product, Giga Maps, this is the screenshots. I wanted to do a little demo, but just today I was informed by our product manager that a couple of exciting new features were implemented to the website, which somehow created that there are some bugs and the website became a little slow. So I decided to drop the demo for today. But as of tomorrow, I really invite you to browse through the map and explore the state of universal digital divide in schools. So again, you know, the green dots represent the schools that are connected to the internet. Red dots, those that are not. Blue dots, those are just the school locations, but we don't really know what is the status of internet connectivity there. How do we get the data for this? We take the data from OpenStreetMap, but also from the governments, of course, but there are several issues related to that, and I'll tell you in a minute why. Also from the private companies, and this is in fact one of the most reliable data source for Giga. But what happens very often with the governments? We work with the governments in low-income countries. So very often they lack expertise in terms of data collection, you know, data cleaning. So frequently we get data collection of schools, such as here in Sudan, where suddenly they're not in Sudan, but in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, you know, we have to treat this in order to really understand and later on what is the status of internet connectivity. So we use different technologies such as AI to help us map the schools and verify the school locations. And you can see here that using this technology, we were able to add more than 20,000 schools to the map. I think even in the case Colombia is not mentioned here, but in Colombia would help the government to discover additional 7,000 schools of which existence they were not aware, most of them in the Amazon. So this is really a key pillar of our work. And here you can see if this works, how our tech team was able to verify and correct the location of schools using AI. Another technology that we, this is an open source technology that we are developing. I forgot to mention this. Another tech product that we have developed with the private company Ericsson is an application that can be installed on any device at school. And it helps monitor every 4 hours the state of internet connectivity. This has had really important impact, not only, you know, being able to see every 4 hours whether the school is connected, what is the download speed and upload speed, but it has had significant impacts on the budgetary savings for some countries. For instance, you know, in the case of Kazakhstan, when the government of Kazakhstan understood that most of the schools do not really get the service from the internet service providers they were supposed to, they were able to renegotiate the contract, and this helped also in saving more than 40% of the budget they had dedicated for school connectivity, which they have allocated for, you know, developing school curriculum and training teachers. So it has a huge impact. And in Rwanda, we helped by using this tool to reduce the average price of per megabyte per second by more than 50%. So again, it really allows transparency and accountability of internet service providers. It's also very helpful when it comes to resource allocation. So the government can again see which schools still only have low or moderate internet connectivity and where the budget and resources in terms of negotiation and additional funding should be allocated. So this is an example of Uzbekistan in that case. So as I mentioned, we also model the infrastructure, cell towers. We have been partnering with IHS. This has been a company that provides us with a lot of data on the location of the towers. And this is critical, again, for the governments to be able to allocate quite moderate resources that they have and decide which schools are to be prioritized for internet connectivity. So of course, infrastructure is the first thing, but then we also analyze the population around the school, amount of children, the socioeconomic status of the families, and based on all those different criteria, the governments decide which school should be first connected. Our finance team has helped the governments to mobilize a lot of money from different international financial institutions to connect schools. Recently, we've helped raise $400 million for Kenya, and thanks to that, 1,000 schools were connected and more schools are still being connected. So this is really work in progress. Our goal is 2030. And contracting, again, this is a key pillar of our work. Governments do not only lack very often the expertise when it comes to data collection, but also when it comes to drafting the contracts and negotiating with the companies. So Giga provides this expertise, which again helps very often reduce in reducing the price of internet service. And as I've mentioned, in the case of some countries, it's allowed to reduce the price by more than 50%. Okay, so what has been our impact so far? We've talked about the tech tools, tech stack. So since 2019, we were able to map 2.1 million schools and really verify their locations. So still 4 million schools to go. We've also supported the connectivity of more than 14,000 schools, which benefited, according to our estimates, almost 8 million students. So it's really huge. And we are talking here about the regions of Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Asia, Latin America. Those are currently the regions of our focus regions. And I wanted to take you to one of the schools that we have connected in Kenya. So this is a school that is located in Kajiado County, which is only 30 kilometers from Nairobi. I don't know if some of you travel to Kenya. So Kenya is a very vibrant city, but if you just go 10 or 20 kilometers from the capital, you really see poor areas not connected to the internet at all. So the distance seems quite close if you think about United States, but here there is a really big divide in terms of the living conditions. So there are currently 1,300 students and 41 teachers. So this is quite okay. In some classrooms, you can even have almost more than 100 students. So this is not that bad. And when we arrived there, the school was not connected to the internet. There were a lot of problems related to this. First of all, the teachers had to buy internet data using their pocket money. So the government was not investing at all. We connected along with our partner Liquids, the school in 2021. And we were not even expecting what results it would have on the academic performance and school enrollments. But the impact was really huge. So since 2021, the performance of students in that specific school increased by 10%, which really demonstrates that having access to internet and digital devices increase the way students are paying attention in classes and doing their homework and how interested they are in the content. But also more importantly, the amount of students that enrolled to the school doubled. So again, the how appealing going to school is increases if the school is connected to the internet. This is a testimony of the teacher from this school, and it's actually the picture of this teacher, Mrs. Paris Gaturi, who told us that the life before the school was connected was extremely hard for her. You should know that Kenya, a couple of years ago, introduced an online system to submit the grades of the students. So because the school was not connected, the teacher not only had to pay for the internet data through her using her pocket money, but also very often walk several kilometers to the closest internet cafe, yes, they do still exist in Kenya, to submit the grades. So imagine how much time it was taking her to do it. So internet connectivity definitely is her administrative task, which again allowed her to dedicate much more time for the students and additional training. And this is the testimony of a student, a real picture from this school, who was saying that you know, being able to browse through the internet in addition to just like using the internet at class has really had an incredible impact on developing the knowledge of the students. And another example, also very fascinating, moving right now, traveling to Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan. So we help right now in Kyrgyzstan, 100% of schools are connected. So this is one of our champion countries in the region. But a couple of years ago, there was still one school that remained unconnected. And it was in a very remote region in Kyrgyzstan, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the middle of the country, where there are very high mountains and no roads to reach the village. So very often students arrive on a donkey to reach the school. And in winter, this village is completely disconnected from the world. But the Minister of ICT in Kyrgyzstan was very motivated to see all the dots in the country green. So in 2022, we helped, as you can see, bring the equipment to the school and connect it. Couple of pictures from this beautiful mission. And again, a testimony that this internet connectivity lets, you know, not only connected more than 400 children in the region, but also increase the amount of students that started to come to school. So it really has a huge impact on how students are motivated to get the education. Okay, and last but not least, this is a global map of where we are currently operating. So as you can see, we right now provide support in 34 countries. Main focus is Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America. Brazil, Kyrgyzstan, Rwanda are our champion countries. Those are the countries where most of the schools are already connected to the internet. But our goal in the following months is to expand our reach to more than 50 countries. And of course, by 2030, connect all the schools to the internet. And why it is important for us, we really believe that schools are hubs for not only for children, but also for community. And when we do it, we provide children with information, opportunities, and choice all of us had. But let's not forget that it's still 1/3 of the world population that is not connected. So we really want to offer them the same opportunities as we have. So happy to share later on how you can join our mission. Thank you.
That was wonderful. I think it's very easy, especially coming from San Francisco or the United States, to forget how or to take for granted our access to information and news that a lot of part of the world still does not have. So thank you for that. Questions? Yes, hold on.
Hi, my name is David. Very heartwarming to see this, as I participated in the first net day in 1996 to bring internet to our local school up in San Rafael, and it's come a long way. But one question that came to my mind as we listened to this is the ongoing maintenance question. Once the equipment is installed, does the funding also include the expertise, the training, the resources to be able to fix things. As we all know, if you lose connection, if firmware needs to be updated, and so on.
Thank you. This is a great question, and we do have a program that promotes development of community workers. So we provide training to local citizens and basically want to make sure that they're able able to fix internet connectivity problems. And we will work with Internet Society and their global communities as well on this project. So, but that's the ownership and capacity to deal with it once the school is connected is definitely very crucial. So, thanks.
Any more questions?
Hello, Aleksandra, I'm Deep. And my question is that I saw the map of Kyrgyzstan and also the type of area. So I was just wondering, when you say connecting the school, is it bringing the internet or it just getting the connection? I mean, is it the infrastructure versus the connectivity?
Yes, this is mostly the infrastructure, but it depends on the country. So that's why we also do the infrastructure modeling to understand if there is infrastructure available. If there is no infrastructure, then the government decides. When it comes to the internet, this is another question that we very often get, why Starlink is not a solution for all. Well, it is not. For many reasons, but Giga as UN program is agnostic to what type of internet service providers are being contracted by the governments. So we only help them design terms of reference to make sure that internet service providers will be accountable, but we don't really interfere in what type of infrastructure and what type of internet service, if this is a broadband or satellite, is being provided to the school.
Ron, any questions online? I have one quick question. I've worked in public health with a lot of foreign governments and data collection, security around their data and not allowing it out of the country was a big deal. Does the topic of security or data ownership come up a lot in the conversations as either a barrier to the expansion of the internet in some of these countries and places?
Yes, I would say this is one of the main challenges that we are facing. Many countries are reluctant to share the data. They are afraid that the knowledge on, school locations can be somehow used for bad purposes, but we try to negotiate and convince them that it is not. It's not only for safety, but also if you see many governments like Sierra Leone, 98% of schools are not connected. So very often the government's also afraid that there will be, blamed and shamed for not doing their job, which in fact is not truly something that they don't even have funding to deal with. So, but definitely data security, data safety, we include this in all the agreements that we sign with the government. So it's an incredibly important thing. Happy to share also how you can all get involved with Giga in the networking session. So there are many roles and many ways you can get involved.
Yes, actually, share that with us and we can
Okay.
email everyone and make sure that they have access to it.
Sure, I'll do maybe after event.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. Oh, stop sharing. Oh, this was stopped. Okay. All right. All right. Next up, we have, let me get this here. Coming up, we'll have our panel discussion. However, before we do, We, what's that? Oh, 10 more minutes. Oh, 10-minute break. Okay, we'll begin. We're gonna have a 10-minute break starting now, and then we'll have a panel discussion talking about the present state of encryption today. All right, thank you, everyone. We'll see you in 10 minutes. All right. We're going to be going ahead and kicking off our panel discussion just on
Hello?
the current state
Working? No.
of encryption. We wanted to provide a opportunity to really just have kind of a broad level discussion. So we're going to be talking to some of our speakers who will be presenting following this discussion here, and talk a little bit about where encryption is today. Obviously, it is the backbone of digital security, protecting everything from our personal health record, data, all the way to financial transactions that are taking place 24/7. In this session, we're going to explore just what that current landscape of encryption technologies is, the challenges some of the organizations face in implementation, and then how regulations may be evolving, threats are shaping its use today. And I think we heard a little bit about that if you were here for the venture discussion by Daniel, how much it's impacting their considerations and investments today. So I'm going to just open it up and I'm not going to call on anyone deep. I know what I'd like to do is maybe go through, have everybody introduce themselves first. And then whoever gets hot potato with the with the mic can get the first question, which it'll be a layup, I promise.
Okay. Okay, so good evening, folks. My name is Deep Patel. I work for Cisco System here in San Jose. And I work in data center group responsible for end-to-end security. My particular expertise is actually application security, applications which are deployed either on-prem or in the cloud and managing data center. So if I have to explain encryption and security, etc., my main expertise is not a particular crypto technology or particular crypto stack. I would say that I have seen enough, at least 200 plus data centers, and we should be able to talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name's Chris Hansen. I'm a consultant for RXM, and a lot of folks in the room were in the training session earlier today. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, so I'm a consultant with RXM. We're a global advisory training firm, and my particular focus is on supply chain security. So just talking about how we secure supply chains. Again, I'm not a particular expert at any particular crypto technology, but just really the concerns of the evolving nature of having to secure software supply chains so that we don't have the types of attacks that we saw like with 2009 and the SolarWinds attack, which was particularly vicious. So yeah.
Thank you.
I thought we were going to talk about Bitcoin. Just kidding. My name is Andrew Clay Shafer. I have a little consulting company with my friends. My background really focused on automation. Co-founder Puppet, did an OpenStack startup that got sold to EMC. Then spent 5 years working on Pivotal Cloud Foundry stuff, and then a few years working on Kubernetes stuff at Red Hat. And I think the thing I would say about this, I don't consider myself an expert in crypto, but everything I worked on for the last 15, 20 years been dependent on or the presumption that encryption was working.
So if I were to open up, and this question really can be for anyone, when we think about the current landscape of encryption technology today, how would you say it has evolved in recent years?
I have this thing in my hand, so I'll just talk for a minute. I think depending on who you ask, people's opinion, expert opinion would range from it's a complete mess and everything's really broken to, oh, like it's good enough for whatever your risk profile is, right? Because I think that, I mean, one of the things that we saw earlier in the conversation about building things out of balsa wood, which I think is missing from that, is it's one thing to build it out of balsa wood, but balsa wood might be the right thing. You have adversaries, right? That's the bigger problem, I think, is what someone else is trying to do. And this is an arms race. And you know, we're also on the doorstep of some of the presumptions of how encryption, the foundations of what we consider encryption are potentially going to be obliterated by the quantum computing stuff. So
Do we think it's a challenge with the way that organizations approach and the process approach encryption and the process of encryption, or are there fundamental challenges with the way algorithms like RSA and AES operate that need to evolve?
yes, both, right? And because if you're talking about encryption, you have to go all the way down. And to me, all security starts with physical security.
Mm.
And if you can't ensure physical security, and looking at, talk about software supply chain, look at the physical supply chain. Like there's a whole bunch of other things we could get into, which are going to be, if you're talking about roots of trust and building up from the hardware, there's a whole bunch of stuff we could get into. I feel like I'm dominating this thing. So.
And anyone else have a?
Yeah, I would say, especially from the open source standpoint, I think there's a lot of work to be done in the community, and it's nice that we're starting to have those conversations about improvements. We did a little exercise earlier today about like just running git daemon in a Docker container, just to have something to sort of sign a commit and train people kind of the basics there. And I pointed out to someone just on a break, like, we pulled that out of the ether, right? Like we used a package manager to just build something, into a Docker container. And we don't know where that came from. There's no provenance there provided, nor did we ask to verify it, right? And so that's kind of the norm right now and needs to improve. And we need to have language about how we improve it. And I think that's where, in my opinion, frameworks like Salsa and the secure consumption framework come into play. So we can have this kind of common language for improvement. And it can't just be this all or nothing proposition where you're like, well, I got, someone looks at something and goes, I got to do all this stuff. I'm not going to do it because, it's just too challenging to do it. And having a way to iteratively improve means that it's just more approachable for people.
To that comment. Yeah. Oh yeah, go for it.
And this will be related to some stuff I'll talk about in a bit, but the promises that we can keep cryptographically about provenance are much stronger than the promises we can keep about secrecy.
It's a good quote. With that in mind, and I think you alluded to this, like what do you see as some of the primary challenges that companies and individuals face today when trying to implement or even just approach encryption? Because sometimes they go ahead and bail on the initiative entirely because they think it's too difficult or they don't understand it.
Well, I would say that I think it has to be a community-based solution, because I don't think any one organization can. We're pulling in dependencies from all over the place, and those are built by folks who are working in open source software. So even if you wanted to guarantee provenance now, it'd be really hard to do it unless you rebuilt everything, because you can't just pull something in and expect that the community is providing those things, because they're not right now. And it's maybe not because they don't want to, but we need to grow into that, I think. So I think that's one of the challenges for organizations is they want to be secure, but things that they're depending upon upstream aren't necessarily being provided that way.
And I'd like to add, so practically speaking, so let me just say that if you go to a grocery store, you tap your card, you have the trust in the system that, and you have seen it umpteen number of times that you have been billed what it was supposed to be, right? So it looks everything is so great because you have that trust, you do it, blindly. We don't we don't think twice. But I deal with data center where your data goes to. So I can tell you is that main challenge is that, first of all, we have literally umpteen number of possibilities, umpteen number of deployment, umpteen number of devices, vendors, applications, software. Some software running 7-8 years without upgrade while the crypto land had changed. So all of the challenges are not the crypto stack itself, the adoption of the crypto stack in entire pipeline from access to storage to data center to infrastructure to point of sale to transportation, etc., etc. It doesn't catch up to the speed. So for example, let me give you one simple example of where is the challenge. So there is a protocol called Radius, some of you probably are aware, which does the remote authentication of a user. And one of the reason it is done is that so that you don't have to keep your hash on the local machine, where you are trying to authenticate user to. So there is this vulnerability came in June 2024, what is called Blast Radius. This protocol has two options: running over TLS secure way, otherwise open. By default, most vendor have it open and most deployment have open. And the vulnerability is that if you take the payload of this protocol, then you can actually generate the hash with some kind of prefix. So if you insert a machine in the middle and you are sending a remote user authentication, a rogue user, and you mess the hash in a way that you can actually go through authenticated. So this is something that's super duper. So if you talk to a crypto person, they will say, why are you holding up to MD5 hash today? But this is a built in the protocol, and the protocol is widely deployed. Stacks are not changed. So challenges are that how to adopt these things faster and everywhere.
Do you think that looking forward, so it seems like a lot of the challenges are community-based in a way, which is, if we don't all have good encryption standards and security practices, we're only as good as the weakest link in the software tool chain, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a complex thing that needs to be addressed across the community. And I think maybe we're too used to just being able to do what we did today, which was just, build something, trust that the things that the dependencies we're using are secure and were built by someone and not being attacked. But of course, that's not the case, right?
Have you noticed any, and this is for anyone, any impact with the increasing focus on data privacy like GDPR and CCPA? How are those regulations impacting the way encryption is being used, if at all, out there?
I think it drives it to the level that you're going to subject yourself to the regulation. But I want to add to what he just said and connect it back to the points that the first speaker made about money. And we can say, oh, it's a community, but it's a real cost. And in reality, we're externalizing the cost to some other actor in most cases and hoping someone somewhere will fix our supply chain problem. But we're more than willing to deploy the mystery meat and not pay that, go like fix it ourselves. And I also think, I mean, I think it'd be valuable at some point too, because we keep saying encryption, but that's like a whole bunch of different classes of things. And when you're talking about GDPR and like data security, data governance, that's slightly different than software supply chain and like some of the other stuff you're trying to think. And then, so like having more specific language about what we're trying to do with each of these things would probably be valuable at some point.
And it probably gets lumped together because at the end of the day, it's protection over the data and intellectual property, right?
Arguably, and then it's math at the bottom somewhere, but like they're qualitatively different.
So how do actually like the current encryption standards hold up in practical scenarios?
I mean, against nation state actors, I think they're all broken right now.
Because I
I
think
said against nation state actors, they're all broken right now.
well, and yeah, I mean, I think we hear a lot about, breaches. There's been today a lot of security breaches that have occurred, whether it's like the Change Healthcare one that happened historically, and they're happening for various reasons. I think the underlying question is there a flaw in the technology and the approach that we've taken to that, or does it really come down to bad hygiene?
I think the majority of exploits come back to hygiene.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think it's too easy to ignore security. And we've talked about shifting left, and there are books on it, and people read, but do we actually execute that? And how well do we do that? I think, again, having a common language for how well we're doing these things is helpful, because we can then communicate to each other how prepared we are, from consumers and supplier standpoints. Because without that, how do you, if you're producing some software that's being consumed downstream, how do you communicate all of the things that you're dependent upon, and whether or not they're secure, and that you consume them securely? And you have to be able to communicate that some way. And without those types of frameworks in place, that seems somewhat impossible.
Yeah. Deep, what are some of the threats that companies are up against today that really challenge those encryption standards?
So I would say that my experience is very basic. Because we actually consume the crypto stack.
Yeah.
We create product which is ultimately used by either commercial operation or retail. Like it could be your Wi-Fi, or it could be a super duper switch and routers in a data center. So going by that, I would say the challenges are quite basic. For example, the hygiene of password, hygiene of identity. Like I'm talking about, even if you have a certificate-based identity, but in the end of the day, it's a data which has a private person. So how to keep that, how to make the access restrict, and so on. So these kind of user-based hygiene. And then comes the platform-based hygiene. And to borrow his point is that most companies and most products are actually today umbrella of this open source stack. And the entire industry operates like in a blind mode in terms of what you are borrowing in. You don't bother about that code. You don't bother about those vulnerabilities. I deal with vulnerabilities, what is called common vulnerabilities exposure. You will see a number assigned to each source code and so on. And I have a product where we have 5,400 open source code, and number of vulnerabilities we receive for those sources about 7,000 per year. So you have to imagine the challenge here. The challenge is just not the crypto, it's just how to manage all these hygiene, basic hygiene and basic upkeeping of this component and security and upgrade is the problem. And of course, there is a problem that, I would say even the commercial customers, sometimes if everything is running fine, they are hesitated to move up. Up the crypto or up the new security, because everything is working. But they don't realize that one fine day it will stop completely. So, and ransomware, somewhere will come, and you'll become victim of ransomware. So basically bad hygiene, and this open source ecosystem where there is no control of one vendor over stuff, actually, because most vendors consume a whole lot of stuff from open source. And third is that some kind of hesitation, moving quick, fast, taking the new crypto stack.
Thank you.
I wanted to expand on that, something that Andrew alluded to, which was that about risk, right? So yeah, there's going to be a product, you're going to have n number of vulnerabilities with it, but how exposed is that product? And then making that assessment, right? Because you can't fix everything. You're never going to be able to. That's an unending battle that you will never solve. You will never beat. So understanding what the risk is and what things can't be exploited, right? It's a vulnerability, yes, that does exist in something, in a software product or a piece of hardware, but can an attacker actually exploit that, right? That's a complex thing to evaluate in your own risk profile, which just muddies the waters even more, I think.
Just to add that, and I'll kind of make some of these points up again when I talk, but there's an unbounded cost to trying to be 100% secure. If you think about reliability, like each 9 you want to add costs you 10 times more than the last 9. And I think that same dynamic applies to your security. For every bit of more security you want, it's going to have more cost. So at some point that the value you're creating might not warrant that level of security, right? It goes back to the risk question.
Deep, you alluded to something that I think is really interesting, which is when we think about all the stakeholders at the table, the end users and then the businesses that they're transacting with. We live in a world today where users play fast and loose with their own data. Like that is what we've been in some ways groomed to do over the years with social media and the likes. What do you think are the responsibilities of individuals when it comes to security and privacy? Or does most of that still belong with the companies that we're engaging for the service?
Yeah, so I think some of it I'm going to talk in my talk, the responsibility of the users and engineers. I would say that, first of all, we have to have very little expectation from users, because when we're talking about the retail users, absolutely there is a crowd where every spectrum is available. So you can never hope to get that right completely. You can't teach people behave in one way, everybody, so it's not going to happen. So you have to solve the problem more at the engineering level. I think I would say the people who are making the product, people like me, people who are maintaining that big data center or services which is being offered, or the application which is being offered, they have to do the job and create an ecosystem by which the compliance becomes kind of part of process.
Yeah.
If you do not make it part of process, for example, if you say, okay, you can buy a Wi-Fi router, but when you start installing it, you can click that, as of now, I'm not changing the default password. And default password is maybe ABC123 or something like that. I mean, it doesn't happen any more often with the routers are smart today. They have serial number. Even the serial number is a problem. I mean, you are supposed to change, and engineers who are making that product must make sure that the installation will never be complete unless you get it right. So solution has to come at that level where the expertise is. I do not believe that the end user, even the highly trained end user, is fully equipped to actually solve some of these problems. There are standard. I mean, I see that we follow sometimes PIPS standard for crypto, basically. And sometimes Department of Defense have its own standard. I mean, other folks have their own standard. You can keep on following the standard, but the standard is not directly tied to crypto and the problem we have. Challenges are never tied to the standard. Challenges are tied to mostly hygiene, habit, ecosystem, fitting it in, and so on, so forth.
I just wanted to add kind of an anecdote. I remember back when containers were new, some security researcher, and I don't remember who it was or what firm, but they discovered there were a bunch of MongoDBs running like in the open internet with the default password. Now, this was like 2017, so I don't remember all the details, but I don't recall them saying that they were running as containers. But my hunch was that they were running as containers, because you could run a MySQL or a Mongo or any of the databases off a Docker Hub, and they would run. Now, if you go to run like a MySQL container, now it will crash because it will not start with a default password. But there is some responsibility on the end user side to understand I mean, do you then blame the open source community? Like, because my MongoDB was running in the open internet with a default password because I didn't read the release notes? I didn't read just the one page on the Docker Hub that says, probably in big capital letters, you must change the default password. And I get why they did it back then, because they just wanted the container to run to like, as kind of a demo, right? Like not putting a barrier in front of somebody that would prevent them from running it. Like, oh, I Docker run this and it just crashed. Forget it, I'm done, you know, like as a frustration. But so yeah, there's a shared responsibility model there that you have to, you know, understand how to use the software.
It sounds like it's a little bit of a design challenge, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that we can't use, we still need to take sort of this design-led approach to an area of technology that probably doesn't have a lot of designers paying a lot of attention to the way it's done. And I think it's interesting because as technology gets a little bit more interconnected, a little bit more complicating, keeping track of all the moving parts, as the pressure to continually move fast, right, is the prerogative that the business is delivering on engineers, is probably where that balance, you know, where the argument starts to kind of come to a head. So is there a responsibility on designers and engineers to make sure that it's baked into it, or do we push the responsibility on the
I
users?
would say one word: easy. Because if you make it hard, people aren't going to do it. Doesn't matter what it is, right? So if we make it easy for people to adopt security from the beginning, then we'll do it. But if we make it difficult, then we're gonna turn on unconfined and run without security, right? So
Andrew.
That was the core point I wanted to make is if the right thing's not the easy thing, then it won't happen. And I don't think that's really a shared responsibility model. That means that you're pushing responsibility to the expertise and the incentive. So the person who's a developer who's pulling a container, if they have to go, if it doesn't work until they do the right thing, then their incentives are in line to do the right thing. But if it works, they got a schedule pressure, they got all these other incentives they're trying to do. Don't expect them to do anything except for the most convenient thing imaginable.
All right. Thank you. Before we close out, is there any questions just from the audience? Quickly right now. All right, wonderful. We'll break. Next up, we'll have CloudFlare talk to us a little bit about what the relationship is between lava lamps and encryption. Thank you, guys. All right. Let me make sure. So up now we have Tim Clooney from CloudFlare, who will talk to us a little bit about the relationship between lava lamps and how they are helping to make encryption better.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. My name is Tim. This is actually the office I work out of. So every day for years and years, when we used to come into the office, I would walk by the wall of lava lamps. And my connection to the lamps is fairly big. But let me put it into perspective in terms of why we have that wall of lava lamps. And it's not just so we get nominated to be one of the best places to work, although that's picked up a lot of people's eyes, and a lot of interior design companies come through to take pictures of that wall of lamps because they find it incredibly engaging. But that's one source of encryption or of entropy that we use at Cloudflare. And I brought up another one, and this one's not actually being used, so I'm going to keep moving it around. This is an erratic double pendulum. There are 50 of these that are on display at our office in London, and there's several bright spotlights that illuminate these erratic double pendulums. And between the 50 pendulums and the shadows that are cast, we're also generating random position of those pendulums and adding that to our entropy soup, if you would, or our multiple forms of entropy. In all, Cloudflare uses multiple forms. So we use the lava lamps that you see here. You see the erratic double pendulums that we use at our office in London. We just opened up an amazing new office in Lisbon. And in Lisbon, we have a wall of waves. And the wall of waves is, as you would imagine, a set of wave machines that are generating random number or random position. And then the last piece is at our office in Austin. There's a lobby area that connects two parts of our building that's about the size of this room that we're in. And about 20 feet up in the air, there hangs a 40-foot long chandelier or mobile, you'd think of it. It's called Chasing Rainbows. And Chasing Rainbows has also cameras and high speed and bright lights illuminating it. And as you walk by, this mobile moves and it gets blustered about by the air that's circulating in the office, by people walking by. All of that is used in a very, very particular way with Cloudflare. We use that as a seed, and we use that seed to generate our beginning of our randomness or the entropy that we're generating from this. In this, we're looking for something that's unpredictable. So we've even postulated that we want to put beehives up on the roof. So we would actually have like a hive of entropy, which would be incredibly cool. There is a fly in that ointment. And the problem is that we take the retired lava lamps, once they've done their work, lava lamps apparently only have a limited shelf life. And then they no longer function as well as what they should. So I was standing in the other room one day and I happened to see one of our people in the office throwing lava lamps out. And I said, why are you doing that? And they said, well, because they only work for a little while. And after about a year, they fail to perform. And so we recycle them. And I said, actually, I have a better idea. Why don't we upcycle them? And I retrieved the lamps and engraved them and sent them out to the MVPs that work in the Cloudflare community answering questions for customers. And to this day, it is the #1 most asked for piece of swag. It's like you saying to your friend, can you please send me your old furniture? People love the lava lamps. And we actually have a few of them around, and we can probably figure out a way to get you one if you're interested. I was quite happy when we decided not to go with the hive of bees on the roof because I couldn't figure out how to send a retired bee to someone, but I'm certain that that would have been the next request. So what we're doing is we're taking all of this random position. So at no point in time is a wax in the same position as it is at any given time. And so we use that to generate a set of random numbers. And we take another picture of it and the wax is moved and we generate another set of random numbers or another beginning key or seed that we're then using to feed into the cryptology that or cryptographic algorithm that we're using and generating new randomness based off of that seed. Now you can imagine there's ways that these could be thwarted. So what do? Well, somebody could be driving by and they could in theory take a picture of our wall. And that would be an issue because they could in theory then reverse that. So that's why we actually have a stream of a number of different forms of randomness. Plus, it's not just the randomness from the wax. When you walked in today, you actually helped to make the internet safer. You helped contribute to the position that the pictures that were being taken by the cameras were generating that seed cryptography, that seed number that we're using to begin with. And so that happens every day. It happens from the people walking through the office. It happens from cars driving by on the street. It happens from the position of the sun. And so all of that is contributing to it. More importantly, what we're doing is we're also adding in all of these other sources. So you have the office in London, you have the office in Lisbon, you have the lamps that we're using here. We also measure the background radiation of a small pellet of uranium that it's our office in Singapore. We look at that background, the half-life of the background radiation to contribute to this random string. But all of these are just used as a beginning seed. And then from that, we're generating the actual randomness that we're using to generate the encryption that we're using on traffic that's flowing through Cloudflare. And so as you go through, please feel free to take pictures of the wall. You can wave at the cameras, you can stand in front of the wall. All of those actions are helping to change the picture that's being generated and being used to calculate that random seed number that we're using. A note about the office. If you're around the office and you can open a door, check it out. You're welcome to. If a door is locked or there's stanchions in front of it, then there's a reason where you shouldn't want to go in there. But if the office space is open, it's meant to be used. The office space is also available. If you're interested in holding events here or hosting an event here, let me know. I can hook you up with the process to get connected with that. But the office is available for both community service as well as for tech events like we're having tonight. I would encourage you to have a good evening and thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. But just before you go, are there any questions from the audience about the way that Cloudflare uses the chaos of the natural environment to generate randomness? No. Wonderful. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, thank you for allowing us to be here as well. All right, next up we have Deep Patel. He has a long history with Cisco. He's a senior technology leader there, and he will be talking with us.
My name is Deep Patel. And to tell you the truth, I did not know much about Global Encryption Day of the last year or before. Thank you, Ron, for roping me in. It's fun. It's great to be here. What do I do? Why am I talking about encryption? I work for Cisco. Mostly from last 10 years, I'm working on, I would not call data center security. I work on the security of applications which are managing data center. But I do come from switching and routing background. So somehow, you know, this overlap happens naturally, right? So we have many applications which are either could be deployed in the cloud or on-prem. These are Kubernetes cluster. And given that I work for the data center and my business unit is not tied to a security specific product. So people like me need to literally catch up a whole lot of world to make sure that the end-to-end security, our posture is right. So I think in our panel discussion, we were talking about multiple CVE. So that's how the challenge is that every time a CVE comes, whether it is tied to database or transport or encryption, people like me need to go through, need to learn, need to talk to people and somehow figure out if it is applicable or not. So that's what I do. And from last 6 months or so, I'm also working for, contributing to Cloud Native Compute Foundation Tag Security and Tag Runtime paper. And as of now, I'm working on Cloud Native AI Security white paper. And if you go to this website, which the link is there, and we are looking for volunteers. So you don't have to be expert. You just can come to the meeting, just passively listen, see. Even that is fun. And eventually you might start liking to contribute actually. Okay. So given that people like me are what we call in telecom terminology, last mile, means we are the one, we actually stuff the crypto stack in applications or clients, which you use eventually, whether that product is being used in application, data center, or even a browser. People like me have taken the crypto stack and actually adjusted in the product. And that's where the rub lies. I'm going to talk about what are the responsibility of end user and what are the responsibility of engineers to design the product or consume the crypto stack in a way that some of the security issues which we face because of the hygiene are taken care of automatically. We don't have to worry a whole lot. So you see that these are the things we might have seen. These are day-to-day life. You are tapping your card, you are browsing the internet, and you are using your phone apps, and you are using a smart gadget, etc., etc. So these are the one which are actually you see every day, and these consume the crypto stack because all of these are dealing with sensitive data, right? But what you may not have noticed are these actually. So you may have let's say, medical device. The device here is actually a CPAP device. And this device transfer data to your doctor office and to your this machine provider for the sake of insurance automatically. And again, sometimes medical data is not considered sensitive, but it reveals a lot about you. So this is sensitive actually. And cryptography is involved over there. The top right one is actually a toy. I actually had not seen this before. What kind of toy is this? Is for the dogs. So dog camera with the toys, but this is smart, means it gets connected to your home Wi-Fi network, basically any IP network. And because it has a camera, do not even pretend that it's not a sensitive data. anything which is, captured by camera is a sensitive data. So it is just equal to, if you see the bottom left, the security camera, it is no different to that. So all of these you may not have considered, but these are dealing with the sensitive data, and the consumers and the engineers who design this have responsibility to make the crypto story right so that the data is not compromised, or actually the breaches which you see are stopped or actually minimized because crypto stack is working fine. The last one you see cryptocurrency, but I'm not going to talk about cryptocurrency. I just mentioned because the very fact that it works consumes the crypto stack, right? Okay, so what are we dealing with? Means the problem, if you don't get the cryptography story right, what can go wrong? First thing is that let's talk about impersonation. If you are using certain set of information, in this case, let's say user and password, and if I have an access to that, whether a direct access or I can have a brute force access, that means you don't know the backend side, which is trying to let you in your, let's say gmail.com. Gmail.com would never know whether it is actually you, right? So if you don't get the crypto story right, the secret information can be used and actually misused. Similar thing you might have heard about man in the middle. So if you have basically a cluster of machines, let's say a simple LAN, and it so happens that you have an open pipe, means let's say you have a TCP communication, right? And because TCP communication itself is not secure, it's open, a machine can intercept it actually, right? And start responding on somebody else's behalf. So if there is no crypto over there, and if you're talking to a machine over an insecure network which is not under your control, that means your connection and data both can be intercepted. So that's where the crypto story you have to get it right in transport. Basically, all of this which I have mentioned here can happen for two reasons. One, that the stack, that is the data itself, is not crypto compliant in the sense that it has not been hidden with the, let's call, cryptographic standard, so that it doesn't actually get available to others. It can lead to actually PIIs, means personally identifiable information. So your social security, your other information could be actually stolen. You can be tracked, not just physically, you can actually be tracked online, what kind of shopping you do, what kind of websites you use, etc., etc. Your personal and professional life can be, on the internet. Finally, as an engineer, the last point is, as an engineer, you can talk about security, you can talk about compliance, but there is no point talking about these things if you can't verify it, if you can't see it. That is why in the modern security paradigm, we have this built-in concept of providing the visibility or security audit. Means you should be able to see what exactly occurred and how it occurred and what happened. So you should be able to have that built-in pieces available from day one if you are an engineer. So those were just some basic problems. If you have to start listing out, there can be many, many problems, and there are dozens and dozens of problems. I'm just focusing on very basic ones. So what would be the basic problem here? Someone can actually misuse your password. And that is why it's a good idea that if you are designing a system, or if you have a system and if your website says that, okay, please configure, two-factor authentication with your phone, do configure. Because imagine that the password is stolen and if you did not have any, what we call control using that phone key number you received, two-factor authentication, then your data could be stolen, someone can log into your bank, etc., etc. So on the user, you need to use two-factor or multi-factor authentication if it is available. And from engineer side, you are supposed to provide these built-in from the day one. Just don't try to say that, okay, we are in a hurry, so we have to just make user password bit system. So that is the basic problem, is that identity, means your identity can be stolen in many different ways. And basic identity is your user password. And the second basic identity is that in cryptographic world, there is a concept of certificate-based identity, token-based identity. Even those, if they are not kept properly, stored properly, they can be stolen too. So it is the job of the engineers to provide those technologies so that those are taken care of. It is the job of the user to make sure to follow the standard, especially for the devices under your control. For example, your Wi-Fi. I'm coming to that, right? So similarly, you might not have faced this problem, but there is a difference between authentication and authorization. So I think sometimes this concept gets confused. So authentication means you just went user password and you were logged into the system. But that doesn't mean that the entire resources of the system are available to you, right? You take the gmail.com, you go to the gmail.com, you see only your email, right? You do not see Google infrastructure, which machine it is running on, right? But an admin user from the Google might see it. That is tied to authorization, means you should be able to see what you are supposed to. So that is the job of the engineer to design the product from the day one, thinking these facts into account. Finally, I would say that there are two things where you have to basically encrypt your data. If you are storing a data, it is always a good idea not to keep it in clear, encrypt it. And the encryption key, that is the scrambled number you use to encrypt the data, must be safely kept. And again, if you get it right, there are tools to do that. So that the retail, that is the consumer, doesn't have to worry about it, right? So VPN, etc. I'm not going as of now. Why? Because those are just another applications of what we call encryption. Now so I decided to take 3 simple cases to define what could be the problem and what to do basically. So one is the web surfing, that is simply going to an internet basically browser and trying to access any website. And the second one would be the application which you use from your phone or computer or any special applications, special device. And third would be basically your Wi-Fi, because that is such an ubiquitous device and we use it on a daily basis, so we need to know. So let's see what issues we actually have with web surfing. First of all, I don't know, how many of you are a student here? Can you raise your hand? Okay. So are you guys have like crypto experience, some kind of, or not? No. Okay. So let me just give you a very simple example, how many things actually takes place when simple you type www.gmail.com. What happens actually? Because it looks to you very like it just page actually appeared, but a lot actually took place behind the scene. So your browser basically is going to open a, let's say, internet connection, what we call TCP connection, right? That point onwards, to make sure that the transport is encrypted between the server, that is the Gmail server, and your device, web browser, a cryptographic transport connection is open, what is called TLS, transport layer security. But it doesn't stop there. For connection to open and connection to be basically opaque to the rest of the folk, there is a negotiation takes place with the cryptographic keys with the help of something called asymmetric cryptography. Remember that. So this negotiation is taking place. And in that process, even if you take just half of the case, web server, that is the gmail.com, is going to show its ID, cryptographic identity, so that you are sure that even though you type gmail.com, you did not go to bad gmail.com, right? Because you have no way to know. So server sends an identity, and then identity has to be verified by the browser. How? Because browser has the identity of the signer who signed that web server certificate. And then signing involves with hashing digest, etc., etc. So you see, before you reach to the gmail.com, before you entered your user and password, lot many crypto activities took place, right? So it's just one single. So that is how the issue comes actually, is that first of all, from engineering perspective, you have to get the basically that crypto story right, identification story right. And from user perspective, here is the important part. User, if you are using an email, and if you believe that some email has a link, first of all, be suspicious, because phishing, the phishing attack, right? Because if you click this link and this link can use some kind of website you already had browsed using that cookie, and actually it can do some operations, right? So always be mindful of hidden links. You can do right click and see the link, or always, if you're going to a financial website, security website, etc., better type. I think this is your responsibility. So I would say that in a simple browser, the authentication cookie and something called security policy, which is referred as content security policy. Means server is telling browser what to do, what not to do on this page in terms of security, right? So all of these things, basically, we are dealing with one simple browser which you use daily, but hardly care about some of these things, right? So let's see. So because all of these issues are involved, I think this is quite dense. Sorry about that, but you don't have to read that. I'll make it simple. So basically, here's the deal. Because you don't have any control on what kind of crypto stack it has. So make sure that you are using actually the right link, right? That is one. And secondly, wherever necessary, you do go for the two-factor authentication. So even if your password is compromised, at least you will have a chance to say yes or no on your phone or another email and so on, right? So from user perspective, always do that. And the latest NIST recommendation is that instead of having a complex password, go for a longer password. What they found is that complex password made people to use the same complex password on 50 different sites. So it caused a problem. One website actually leaked something and things went wrong. So they are saying that now use the longer password. I mean, you can keep on using complex password. And now, like I said, always be wary of the hidden link in your email which you receive. Or if you're browsing a website and you see something suspicious, don't click. Do the right click and see actually. As a savvy user, you should be doing that. But to engineer, there are a bunch of things actually browser itself allows you to control. For example, you can tell the browser, a web server can tell gmail.com, a web server can tell the browser that always enforce HTTPS, means secure transport. So even if you click HTTP link, it will not go, it will deny. So that is the job of the engineers to, when you are writing your web server, basically code and so on, and pages, then write these policies built in. Strict transport, and let the server decide the basically cryptographic stack or the basically type of cipher it is going to use. Why? Because there are gazillions of cases where weak cipher offered by the basically servers were used by the browser or clients, and there was a breach, right? So basically, there is a job of engineers to make sure that from day one, you think about security and make entire ecosystem of this transport, web server, cookies, content security policies, etc., secure, and very secure. Okay. So if you're an engineer, be mindful of that. Now, same thing, application, I'm not going to repeat, but the difference between your application, which you see on your phone, and browser is that if you are a savvy customer, basically you can go to browser and you can control things and see things. In your application case on your phone, you hardly see anything. If you go to Bank of America, you enter user password and done. If someone has thrown you a page on your what we call app, where someone is making you type, you hardly have a way to really easily see what went wrong. Although if you are going for the standard operating system like Android and iOS, etc., there are built-in defense for application if they are complying to the standard, right? So basically, from application perspective, situation is not very different. The only thing here is that one thing I have mentioned, side channel attack. So many applications actually use side channel for specialized operations or signaling. And you can, so as an engineer, it is job of the people to take care of those channels as well. And you might have noticed that sometimes you take a screenshot, right, on your phone, and some websites don't allow. Often I notice that my healthcare provider doesn't allow. It says admin forbidden. Do you know why? Because there's something called screen scraping, and your data can be stolen with the scraping without your knowledge. So if you have a website, if you're developing an application and you are dealing with secure data, make sure that it is disabled. So basically, these are basic do's and don'ts. And same, you don't have to read it all. I would say this, that everything applies same, except that there are some new things. For example, your phone support near field communication. So I noticed that this near field communication is being used for your tap, credit card tap. So if you really want your data not to be stolen, as a consumer, configure, because every phone allows you to configure that NFC will be activated only when screen is unlocked. So if you're passing, someone is using a machine trying to take the data, at least that wouldn't happen. So that's your responsibility. But from engineer's perspective, bunch of things need to be done. For example, you know that brute force attacks or dictionary attack is nothing but trying multiple password combination and let it work, right? So if you're an engineer, you have to make sure, and most of the new applications on Android, iOS, you will see do that. You make this that either declare a failure after an attempt and block the account, whether for a given time or exponentially increase the time or let the admin enable. So basically, if you are an engineer, you have to somehow stop this unlimited number of try for the user password. That has to happen from the day one. You'll be surprised to know how many commercial applications actually don't do this. You'll be surprised. So, and I see it almost, let's say, weekly basis. And then, of course, as a retail, user, you are supposed to log out, but sometimes we forget, we closed our Mac, cookie is valid. But it is your job as an engineer, if you are developing application, that after an idle time, actually you disable the cookie, basically disable this login information. These are very basic hygiene. We were talking about the hygiene, right? Some of these are nothing but hygiene. But what I'm talking about is that hygiene is not to be controlled by the user and user alone. A lot of hygiene can happen on the engineer side, the one who is writing the application or application client, right? And the last one here, I would say that that is important. In cryptography, we were talking about CloudFlare, this true random number, right? And the true random number is a day one problem, because earlier, if you are rolling the dice, it looks like random, but the space is too small, right? For example, and if you get it right, you can actually guess. And sometimes what happens that you take, instead of taking that, you take that as a seed. Even that can be guessed with a bigger compute, right? So what has happened is that now there are a bunch of platforms, almost all good platforms support a very good entropy random number, but it is up to you to consume that. So basically in Linux, there used to be this dev random and dev u random. Now everybody has moved to the processor-based random number. So if you are an engineer, do that, right? So basically it is all getting the crypto hygiene right at the very basic level. These are nothing sort of like rocket science. These are just engineering, right? Okay, so I think before I talk further, for the students particularly, if you want to really learn about cryptography or basic security stuff, there is no cryptography without associated securities. So basically you'll be learning both. So if you need to learn, I would say that start with the very basic. And the green color one, Linux Foundation, actually has lots of very basic and lab type of questions and so on, where you can actually see what's going on. And of course, like there are many other portals where you can actually take the basic things. So, but I would say start with the basic, because sometimes in the field, there is a confusion between what is one-way hash, what is a digital signature, what is a public key, what is private key, whether public key actually goes in a certificate, what is identity cert, what is server cert. All these jargons throw you off if you don't have the basic. So always stick to the basic. Never try to be expert. Always try to be expert of the basic, right? This is just my experience. And of course, try stuff. So I'm not going to explain this, but I think this is available. These slides are available on the website. I see that. So you can actually see some of it and try to just play with it. And you will see that simply going to a browser and try to see the certificate of a website where it says it's insecure can reveal a lot. It can talk, it tells about cipher, it can talk about hash, it can talk about signature. You should be able to see in just few steps a lot of stuff, basically. So try as opposed to just reading, right? Again, these are the resources of the Cloud Native Compute Foundation. They're just for you. If you really want to just see what's going on, sometimes, like I said, passive listening also helps. So go there and try to see if it join one meeting or one thing and see if it works for you, right? Okay, finally, okay. So this is what I was talking about, is that we have to talk about the basic appliance like Wi-Fi, which we deal on the daily basis. So most of these appliances has just one or two problem. One, that because these are small appliances, they are coming with this ready-made package, millions of devices are being thrown just like it. Their only identity is MAC address, no cryptographic identity. That is one problem. Default could be password, and it may or may not support the policy which you should be having on a Wi-Fi router to separate multiple of your networks within the house and what interaction it can or cannot have with the external world. So I think you have to be engineer, but I will explain what users can do, what engineers can do. So on a very broad level, you don't have to do this, read this, is that make sure that your Wi-Fi, I think in modern times, all big ones actually force you to do that. Choose a password-based encryption, but don't choose web, choose WPA, because web has become weak now. And the second thing is that set up a firewall, actually, enable firewall. Some of them actually do naturally, but now you should know that you should enable the firewall. What firewall does is that it actually prevents the connection coming from the network site and trying to intrude your network that you need. And similarly, on the appliances, same, more or less same principle, but in the appliance, the problem is that these appliances could be very cheap kind of thing, like your Nest thermostat. It has an IP connectivity, but it doesn't have any identity other than MAC. So what to do? So you go by what you have. So at least have the password, at least have multi-factor authentication if it has, so application actually support that. So that's the point. So basically on a retail label, you should be doing some of these things. And if you are an engineer, just do opposite. Assume that consumer is not going to do, so what to do? So force consumer to change the password, force consumer to enable the firewall, or at least give an option in the installation process that can you enable the firewall, or enable the firewall by default, let the customer disable if customer want, right? So some of these things, I think I have talked about all topics, so I don't have to go again. Now, finally, what is the role of cryptography here is that we are trying to make identity of an user, which can be proven cryptographically, means mathematically. So that's where you have to use the role of cryptography wherever it is available. Second, make the transport always secure by default. Use recommended ciphers, keys, exchanges, and hashes. And use the last one, the good entropy, means a random number, which is kind of coming from a real noise source. So basically, if you are using a standard operating system nowadays, actually things have gotten better. But do not use that old style dev random, dev u random, and so on, or just taking a time of the day. I have seen the code where people take random number time of the day. So, right. So don't do that. And all of this from basically engineering perspective and manufacturing perspective are going to have a cost, because if you are going to provide a cryptographic identity, then your manufacturing process is going to install a 509v3 certificate. Then engineers need to read it. Then also the private key associated need to go in a like immutable chip. So all these concepts are going to be there if you want to end-to-end security at the retail level. But this is what is supposed to happen unless you have an other alternative. We don't see any alternative is there. So I would say this, it may actually get a bit pricey, but it's all worth it in the end, because actually secure system is a bit better system. Thank you, guys. Any question?
Thank you, Deep. Questions?
Go ahead.
Yes, Ron.
I got one. Pretty basic one. So at least this is just my opinion. Security, it's an afterthought often. You have to get 50 things just right to make it work.
Yes.
Like, when are we going to get to the point where it does just work, right? Like, what do you think is missing? Like, do humans always have to be involved to do those 50 things? Or is there some way, shape, or form we can make the tools just do the right thing? Like, why does everybody still have to do PKI? Why is that not just magically happen at this point?
I would say, so just my experience is that this sense of, this false sense of security, or I would say delusion. Everybody thinks that things are working, nobody is complaining, or maybe 5 customers are complaining. Not a big deal. So either somehow there is a thought that the existing one is fine, nothing is broken, or worse, we have large setup or large deployment, so what can we do? So it's like, so there is a little bit of, exactly. But it has to change. I can see that I come from a large vendor and things are rolling fast because things are coming left, right, and center fast.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Online. Yep. Hold on.
Sort of, it comes down to habits, and also there's some costs to these habits. Like you don't get these things for free. I'm hearing communication to really kind of move the thread. I'm curious to know, like, what are the incentives, like, to make security more of the norm, like, so that things just work. I mean, I could imagine, like, from policies, but probably like economic things, so that, you know, there's more incentives. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I'll give you one example. Just recently, 2 months ago, a Sacramento hospital had to pay $2 million to some rogue folks, ransomware. Entire hospital was shut down. So they had to learn this lesson hard way. I don't think anytime soon they will think about deploying insecure or unsecure technologies, right? So it can actually cost you a whole lot one fine day. So it doesn't have to be that every hospital has to be attacked before you learn. So I can tell you is that large vendors are actually have started to, working in that direction. But when it comes to retail appliances and retail, let's call culture of impunity, when it comes to security, is just there. I mean, this password recklessness is there everywhere. And what I did not explain to you is that hashing, where every word, the entire world has moved to better hash, like say SHA-2 with a good salt. I have seen code after code after code in open source. The hashing is without salt. Hashing is just like open. So I think that I would say that the world is moving in the right direction, but there is a bit of flux going on because nobody knows what is the cost really, or unless you are impacted, you don't care. I think we are there.
So, yeah. So I actually have a follow-up to that. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, I have nothing to hide. I don't need to secure that. What's your counter to that? I mean, I'm totally guilty of having that. I have very low priority systems in which I say they're not carrying anything. But how do you try to convince someone that's in that mindset of, I've got nothing to hide. I don't need to secure this thing or that thing?
Actually, you don't have to convince. The problem is that that comes with that whole psychology that I have nothing to hide comes from the fact that because you don't know what is going out. You don't know if you say, you know what, I'm a retiree. I know that I'm getting my pension from Social Security. I don't have a whole lot of bank account. I have heard this, by the way. So, so what to hide? You do not know that someone else can take your Social Security. That day you will cry. You will go to Social Security office 10 times. Then you will realize what was the cost. so then you will realize. But I understand. So look. I'm an engineer. People in the room are actually more or less associated with the industry. So we are sensitive. I just cannot tell my mom to do what. So I have to help her. Or that's where my point. I, as an engineer, always put in my, and sometimes it takes a lot of bad blood between this designer, tester, and the delivery schedule, etc. Always a problem. But if you ask me as an engineer, I always say that, no, we are doing it. We are doing it from the day one because we are designing the system. So it got to be, I would say that industry and the engineers have more ways to control the future stuff than the retail customer. You just can't pin on the retail customer every time something goes wrong.
I'm curious of your thoughts about data collection ethics. This sort of popped into my head because I've had conversations with, I think BMW is probably one of the more egregious car companies that do this, but they're collecting metrics about people's driving habits and then selling that. And then, you know, the buyers, the insurance company, who then can, you know, figure out who the driver is and raise their rates. So, and I've had conversations with this in car clubs that I belong to. What do you think in terms of the responsibility of organizations like that to ensure the privacy of their end users?
Okay, so
Hopefully that's not on topic, but it just,
it is off topic, but I can give you my personal opinion. I hate it. Why? Because I will give you an example. Tesla tells me every week what is my score. And in state of California, that score is not supposed to be used, but you are making my blood pressure go high. That I took two turns, which were like over 10% limit. Don't tell me that unless I want, right? So first of all, you are using a lot of information without my consent. I don't know when exactly I gave that consent for. So I think that's, in my personal opinion, wrong. But here is the problem. This entire ecosystem of social website engineering and the data-based industry from the day one have misused it, from the day one. So who to blame? I think everybody.
because we know consumers are not, they assume that they're private, their data is private.
Yeah.
Unless you read 10,000 pages of terms and service, right? So I think, I'm just curious.
Okay, so so for example, if I have to take my application or switches and router, let's say Wi-Fi, I can make sure that my Wi-Fi is not going to share certain information. I can do that as an engineer. But then a lot of information are flowing at the application level, which only vendor has the control, right? For example, if I have my Tesla application content is encrypted and my Wi-Fi router, my anything in between wouldn't know. So it's between Tesla and Tesla. So I would say that this is a very complex problem. And there are a whole lot of ethics and the engineering both are mixed together. Well, I would say that I can only express my personal opinion in that regard but to tell you the truth, I don't like it. Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Deep, you gave a lot of pointers on approaches to kind of build when you're building applications, best practices to include.
Yep.
Do you have any recommendations when approaching like architecting for security with the application? Just high level guidelines.
So there are actually federal standard, information processing standard, which you have, if you follow, then you will be seeing that how to handle personally identifiable information, how to actually comply to this or that standard. So most vendor, including my company, have figured out that there is a one side of engineering for those which are looking for compliance and the other just wide open. And lot of number fall in this side, the wide open side. So I would say there are NIST recommendation, there are federal standard, there are Department of Defense standard. Now, very recently, something called Common Protection Profile 3.0, which actually started by European Telecom Agency, but now accepted by NIST also. It is called CPP 3.0. That standard has actually one full chapter dedicated to it, but it's not mandatory. So only the vendor, the end consumer, for example, if one of my big service provider customer here say that I want this compliance 3.0, which has this bunch of things which you have to provide bells and whistle, because they can configure, they can monitor, they can actually do stuff, right? So then we do, and we actually intend to do that. So it's there. It's just that not everybody want it. Not everybody really is aware about it. And in some cases, actually, nobody cares.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Round of applause. Okay. So next up, we have Andrew Clay Shafer. Andrew is an experienced leader in cloud native technologies, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Should I use that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Are we loud enough? So a long time ago, I would have considered thought leader a pejorative, but here we are. So we're going to just go with it. All right. If it's not easy, it's not happening. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, tell you some stories. It might seem like I'm not talking about encryption here and there, but I am. I promise. So this is me. I don't know how much longer I can use that photo, but it's starting to get older. So back in the day, I was a co-founder of a product called Puppet, which we had a bunch of certificates you had to deal with. That was always a fun time. And then I was a VP of engineering for an OpenStack startup that was sold to EMC. Then I spent 5 years doing Pivotal Cloud Foundry and Spring projects pivotal, also a good time. And then did some Kubernetes stuff for 3 years at Red Hat before I started this other venture. In parallel to that, I've been organizing DevOps days around the world since 2009. I wrote some books and just, I love the community, open source, cloud native, like all these things, DevOps, you just, I'm in there. And then I started this thing called Ergonautic with my friends. I really started this because I kind of got sick of trying to sell things to people that I didn't think were going to solve their problem. So we're kind of technology agnostic and focus on how you do your work. And then this is me in various configurations of hair and beard. It's very critical. All these are available as NFTs if you'd like to contribute to. And then this is my little band. This is our album cover. So we're focused on how you do the work and not the buzzwords that you're compliant with. So I'm not an encryption expert, although like I thought about it a little bit more than most people. I'm an aspiring pattern matcher and puzzle solver. And everything I worked on literally for the last 2 decades, even before Puppet, I was working on some e-commerce platform stuff and, TLS and being able to do payments, all this stuff predicated on encryption. So I'm not going to talk about all this stuff. I think it's also interesting because I watched some of the training earlier today, and all that's interesting. And people are talking about how it's emergent and new. It's like you could have done those same exact things 2 years ago. Like those projects are incrementally changing, but it's like basically, it's just interesting to see how the future is here, but it's not evenly distributed. So I'm not going to talk about those either. And if anyone wants to talk about them, we can talk about them. So one of the things I think is interesting, and I'm kind of focused on in a lot of the work Ergonautic does, is after a decade of DevOps, continuous integration, continuous delivery, microservice investments, many organizations are still kind of not that much better for a variety of reasons. And I think a lot of it has to do with they haven't included the compliance and security in a meaningful way, so that they're still going back through whatever their change management and compliance process that they always have. And this is especially true if you're in regulated industries. Who was here for the first speaker? I know we changed the demographic over, but one of the things the first speaker talked about is how energy should evolve, and like energy has this thing called NERC. And if you're legally required to do certain things, then it's pretty hard not to do them. So you got to get to the root of that security and compliance stuff. So who wants to change the world? Who wants to change the world? So I'm going back to this is my boy Machiavelli. So Machiavelli, this is key. He said, I'll just read it. It ought to be remembered that there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Because the innovator has for enemies all those who have done well under the old conditions, and lukewarm defenders in those who may do well under the new. This coolness arises partly from fear of the opponents who have the laws on their side, and partly from the incredulity of people who do not readily believe in new things until they have had a long experience of them. So have fun. I mean, I broke my face on that problem over and over. This is another thing that I think relates to some of the stuff we're talking about. Planck's principle. So this guy, when he was going to go into study physics, he was told he shouldn't study physics because physics is a solved problem. Because we've already solved all of physics. So this is before you have this revolution with quantum, all this other stuff breakthrough. And so this can be summarized as science advances one funeral at a time. Because you need the people that built their career on this idea to like go away. So this is the technology adoption life cycle. Anyone heard about Crossing the Chasm? Classic book if you're in Silicon Valley. Okay, so what I believe is true, and I saw this over and over with Agile, DevOps, whatever the buzzwords are, that you have this first group that's seeking an advantage. They're trying to get something, and because they're trying to get this advantage, they get one. They get an advantage. And they demonstrate that advantage. What that does is it legitimizes that innovation. And then what you see as it moves into maybe the front edge of the early majority is also seeking advantage. And there is the bleeding edge. So there's blood over there, which I've also experienced. So if you're in these like late majority, that's where you see people just use the words, not change anything else, because they don't really care. They just don't want to be not cool. So they're trying to get legitimacy. So in the context of what we're talking about, the first group wants to be more secure. They want an advantage, some security advantage. And I'm going to say the second group just wants to say zero trust. A lot. Also, marketing ruins everything. So zero trust, baby. Let's go. So what can we learn from Docker? Who knows what Docker is? You did the training earlier today, you did Docker. So what is Docker? Who wants to tell me what Docker is? What would you say Docker is? It's a couple things. Not all at once. Isolation. Is it really though? Is that Docker? Huh? So okay. Another thing I overheard today is someone said, back when containers were new in 2015, when did containers get put in the Linux kernel? 2007. Close. And who put it? I mean, we can go look at the code. Who put them in the kernel? Yeah, but it's at Google, right? Google did it. So the history of Docker, before Docker, there's a bunch of other tools to do containers, right? So whoever tried to do containers before Docker. I mean, even like Solaris is an alternative thing. You wouldn't have containers in Linux if you didn't have Solaris and jails and LPRs, and you can go back in history to all that stuff. So has anyone ever used this tool? So was this easy to use? Like if you were a system person and you knew like what all these things meant, then you could do it. Who knows, since we're talking about Google and we were at Google earlier, who knows what that is? Let me contain that for you. Another great tool. So I'll argue, I mean, and I was there for the container wars of 2015. So this is me being silly on Twitter, the artist formerly known as Twitter. So like there's all these arguments about who is going to set up the C groups and the namespaces and yeah, whatever. But what Docker really did, in my opinion, is it fixed the usability bug. And it married these conventions, these same defaults for how the namespaces and C groups and the rest of that kind of was going to be set up with the deployable and a way to not only name the deployable artifact, but also to share the deployable artifact. So we get for granted that we can pull some random mystery meat off the internet and like run that container. Like that's what we did today in the training, right? So they fixed this usability bug, which made containers accessible to the non-expert developer, right? Because before that, if you really wanted to use containers, you could. All those flags were there, but if you didn't have that system knowledge, it could be very frustrating for you to do so, and you didn't quite understand why in a lot of cases, why you would want to do that. Has anyone ever used MongoDB? So like there's a whole bunch of other side stories about how good or bad MongoDB was. But one of the things MongoDB did very well was make people feel like they accomplished something, right? You put your data in there and it usually gave it back. Again, there's some stories from the early days. Mongo's a lot better now, but they fixed this usability bug and this kind of like NoSQL movement that was happening at the time. And a lot of the other NoSQL databases had a lot to offer, but you just couldn't get that same feedback loop, which is what I like to call the mean time to dopamine. That's what you're trying to get. That's what you're trying to help people get to, right? You put it in, it feels like you did work. Feels like something happened. So where were we? So I'm going to talk about DevOps for a minute. So this is related to a lot of my other work and career. So I wrote this blog post in 2010 about what DevOps meant to me. And at the time, I was talking about developers and operations should work together. which is like, okay, duh. And then the other thing that I think is interesting that this is involved even more now is system administration looks and feels a lot more like software development, right? And you're starting to use tools like Git and the rest of that in your flow. You know, Puppet is a thing. Kubernetes is not a thing yet, but all those stuff is evolving. And then last but not least, and I think this is the most important, at least for me, is that you have this global community sharing solutions that you can have whatever superpowers and be very smart, but if you get into these communities of practice, then they can help you do things and you don't have to solve everything yourself every time from first principles. So at some point, people kept saying dumb things like, oh, we can't do DevOps because we don't have exact definition. And it's like, if you think NIST has a DevOps solution for you, God help you. Good luck with that. But that's another longer conversation. So this is my super silly, pithy definition of DevOps. It's optimizing the human experience and performance of operating software and with humans. And I'm going to come back to this software and humans or technology and humans a few times. So for buzzword compliance, this is what everyone has kind of wanted to do for a while. Continuously DevOps, microservices, software is eating the world. Like Andreessen Horowitz is right across the street. Go tell him. Right now, software is also eating software. Now with more AI. Yeah, I can't really call myself a developer like I was once upon a time, but I think I'm going to write more code in the next year or so than I did in the last few years with Claude 3.5 as my technical co-founder. It's going to be fine. Software is also eating software security. So I don't know we can go down some rabbit holes pretty quick if you want to, but there's also some pretty good generative AI tools for helping you break into stuff or like, you know, red and blue yourself how you want. So right now we have these supercomputers everywhere connecting all human knowledge with high-speed networks. The phone in my pocket that I carry around every day, this is more powerful than every computer on the planet when I was born. And each one of you probably have at least that in your pocket right now. But that's also connecting all of us to the adversaries. So every aspect of human performance and experience that can be optimized will be, including owning you. And I think that's one of the things that I was really missing from the balsa wood conversation is like, it's not just what this stuff is made of, it's who's trying to break it, right? Balsa wood might be perfectly good for that bridge if you don't have someone trying to break it. So then we have DevSecOps, same sort of thing. Developers, operations, and security can work together. Security is evolving to include and be included in software development. So I think this is nascent. I think some of the stuff that we saw today in the training is related to this, but security engineering as a discipline has to become the norm, right? So there's no way at the scale that computers are deployed in these organizations that you can keep up with the realities of security with the traditional, like what has become traditional, we'll call it theatrics, like security theatrics, right? So you have a lot of process and there's a lot of check boxes, but there's no verification, there's no provenance, there's no attestations that are automated. It's all really just kind of humans in the loop meatware. So I'm gonna end up quoting Microsoft and Google. So here's our Amazon one. So this is probably the most misunderstood quote in all of DevOps conversations, especially since sometimes people say this is what DevOps means, the ability to run it. That was 3 years before DevOps was a word. So this is 2006 interview with Werner Vogels, where he says, you build it, you run it. Mostly people take it without all the full context about the real point he's making is how developers need to have this feedback loop with the code that they're writing. One of the things that you get feedback on really quick, and I think you can fix a lot of problems in a bunch of places, is if developers have to wear pagers. I think there's also the kind of like, well, we'll just make a joke about it. So you build it, you run it. When you actually look at what was happening at Amazon in 2006, when he says that, there's a lot more to the story. So who actually secures it? If you build it, do you secure it? Is that really possible? I mean, really possible? Like, I mean, you tell me. Yeah, all of them. Pick one. I mean, in development, there's not really a threat yet. Right, but then you didn't really build it and run it if you aren't going to do it beyond development. Because the whole point of Werner's quote is in production. So if you go look at what happened at the time, so this is 4 years after the memo where Jeff Bezos says everything's going to be done by services. And by the time that quote is made in 2006, they have something that looks suspiciously like infrastructure as a service in place and what looks like a platform for doing a lot of things that we would consider a platform now. So when Werner Vogels is saying a 2-pizza team is going to build it and run it, he's not talking about everything in this like stack. And I think you can apply that same logic to this like security conversation, right? So the idea that your developers are going to become experts in security, that's absurd. Like it's not happening. Will never happen. It's the same thing we we're just talking about in the panel. So we'll go a little bit of history, traditional operations. This is like classic DevOps slide, the wall of confusion between Dev and Ops, and only communicating through tickets, not seeing each other as humans, makes everyone unhappy or mischievous. Does anyone work there? So this is a little bit of my propaganda, and this is related to my co-founder's PhD that he just got at Carnegie Mellon. It's a little bit academic, but we're going to go down this rabbit hole and we're going to reuse it again. So he sets up this argument he calls the 3 economies, but we're going to start with the 2 economies. So the 2 economies, and I fell in love with this because I feel like it's a great way to revisit the whole narrative of DevOps through this lens of this core conflict between these 2 opposing economies. So there's the differentiation economy and the scale economy. I don't necessarily love the words. That's what he used, so I'm going to use his words. So this tension is really between innovation, trying to create more value. In the innovation game, you get rewarded by creating variation. You get rewarded by exploring new things. In the scale economy, you get rewarded for standardizing, for driving down and getting more efficiency, right? So one side's trying to create more, one side's trying to drive down costs. And that core tension it has nothing to do with IT, but we're going to make it about IT right now. You see this play out in a lot of organizations as a tension between the business units who want to go do all this stuff really fast and do it all different, create variation. And then you have IT and they're like trying to drive down costs. They're trying to control consumption, get that standard. And they're playing different games. Like they're literally getting paid to play different games. So that forces us to kind of be against each other because we have different games. We're trying to play different, win different things. So then we add this third thing. Well, we're now gonna be secure. And who owns that? Anyone own that? Not yet. So just to make more unhappy people. And then if you really get into some complicated organizations, you discover that the security and the compliance people don't like each other. Does anyone work there? Huh? More walls. So the walls are because we don't understand the other games, and we're not good at connecting the whole picture, right? We're not good at seeing that we're all connected. We can only win together. So what if we could win all together? So this is the third economy, and the name Jabe gave it in his research is the scope economy. And the scope economy is the most valuable when it's reused, right? So in the scale economy, it's good at managing things that are consumed, right? So you have a limit to your compute network research, or compute networking and storage capacity. If you use it, you used it. But in the platform, it's more valuable the more people use it, right? So if you get this right, then this platform, which everyone's trying to get their platform to work, then you can balance both the innovation and efficiency, and I'm going to argue security, and keep promises to all these different players and win all the games. So the scope economy, in order for it to emerge, it comes from this ongoing negotiation between all the different selfish games and the collective. So your big picture incentive connects to the selfish for each of those. This is Demeji works at Microsoft right now. He's another Carnegie Mellon PhD. And I just love his language. He's got this like really crazy like narrative about recommenting based on these personas from an African village, which is really fun to watch him talk about it. So his quote here is platforms, and he's not necessarily talking about what like developer platforms, but platforms in general, maybe understood more conceptually as guiding principles that redefine two sides of binary relationships that reveal a mass middle as an opportunity for intervention. Platforms help us recommon resource management through new approaches to negotiation. He has a lot of interesting talks about how the tragedy of the commons, which I don't know if anyone's familiar with the tragedy of the commons arguments, is actually false. And he can explain it better than me, so I won't do that right now, but that's a fun thing to think about. Here's a little bit of a conceptual idea to explain what he means by recommoning, is that you have on one side the innovation economy, and there's people doing all these different things, and you may discover that something that one of these development teams has created might be more valuable if it was being reused by everyone, and should be brought back into that central platform so that everyone can get leverage and reuse that. And then you also have the opposite, where your organization might have resources that are overly restricted, and some analysis might say that those would be more valuable as self-service resources for the collective because of the risk, because of the, whatever these other contexts are. So I'm going to argue every cloud native company built these kind of platforms because they had to. This is from the SRE book. Did anyone ever read the SRE book? How many times does the SRE book say the word platform? More than zero. We'll just say that. So the SRE book, quick quote, SREs build framework modules to implement canonical solutions for the concerned production area. As a result, the development teams can focus on the business logic because the framework already takes care of correct infrastructure use. So who knows what Borg is? Go read the Borg paper. It's the birth of Kubernetes. So Borg is the scope economy construct, which is where all the Google containers are managed. Kubernetes is a scope economy construct. I'm going to say Kubernetes is an open source global commons to help you build a local shared platform commons, which is a lot of like words, but that's what it is. Also, does anyone have SLOs? Does anyone work somewhere where they say SRE, but they don't have SLOs? That's the best. Does anyone know what SLOs are? No? Service level objectives. So what's the service level objective? At Google, by the book, the SRE book, what a service level objective is, the service has a three-way contract between the developers, the operators, and the product that we recognize that this service is valuable at this level of reliability. If we are below our level for the air budget, then developers have the right to deploy at will. If we exceed our air budget, then it reallocates the developers to no longer work on features, and now they work on reliability, because reliability is a primary feature of a service at Google. So what is the equivalent negotiation for security, for securability? I don't know either, but we should have them. So what are the principles of securability? I don't know that, but I love this guy, and everyone should watch this talk by this guy who was a founder of Erlang, or he created Erlang when he was at Ericsson. And this talk is about the 6 laws of reliability. I watch it every year. And I think this is actually a pretty good starting point for security as well. Like, if you don't have isolation, then it seems like a good place to start, right? And then if you get to the whole argument and all the stuff he's talking about, failure detection, fault determination, like you have to be able to detect something happened, and then you have to determine what happened. And then live code upgrade is the ability to change what's there, right? So another thing I think people get confused about in practice is, oh, it's like we deployed encryption. Okay, now there's a new CVE, like blast radius came out. Like, what can you do? How fast can you patch every single server in your system, right? So I feel like security, like a fundamental part of security has to be your ability to remediate all of these things as fast as you possibly can, right? That would be the ability to do live code upgrade, right? That's what he's defining in his talk, right? But most organizations can't, most people can't do this with most of their services, right? And then stable storage means if you write something and you read it, it's there, which is also harder than it sounds sometimes. Anyway, this is also me being silly on Twitter. I'll let you read it. I think it's funny. Did anyone ever use Erlang for anything? There's so many great lessons in the Erlang runtime that would apply to almost all the problems you're trying to solve with your microservices. Anyway, related to that, this is the most actionable advice you're going to get today. Good DevOps copy, great DevOps steal. So wherever you find good ideas, go get them. There we go. So also then we have a Steve Jobs, all these things. So embracing risk, eliminating toil, security level objectives. Do we have this? So these are 3 chapters you can go read in the SRE book. I don't think security level objectives are well defined at this point, but I do know that if you have higher security level objectives, then it's going to cost you more. It's going to cost you more. So you better balance it with the risk. So this is the same exact thing, but like we're imagining this perfect world we're going to move into, right? Because before we're talking about why don't these things just work? It's because no one made them work, right? And then there's another principle, which I don't know what we should call this, but there's a general tendency for if something's clearly broken, it will get fixed. But if it's just kind of shitty, it will live forever. And I think that's why a lot of the problems are there, right? Like, oh, it works. It's like, well, we have workaround to workaround, right? So this is the exact same as the SRE book quote. Security engineers build framework modules to implement canonical solutions for the concerned production area. As a result, development teams can focus on the business logic because the framework already takes care of security considerations. Like that's what I think you have to get to in your platform. You can't expect your developers to be these security or encryption experts because math is hard too. That's it. So how does that security platform get implemented? We're going back to the commenting. So there needs to be this contribution to that platform effort so that those selfish interests for security are represented in the platform. So that you end up with this novel value creation game that everyone can win on one side, supported by secure compute networking and storage infrastructure with these enabling constraints that provide self-service access that is contextually and risk aware for your particular organization, right? And like, let's be honest. So if you look at the history of DevOps, there's a lot of the conversation around DevOps that started with people talking about so the original DevOps talk at Velocity was Flickr talking about Dev and Ops cooperation, but the problem they're trying to solve is how can we put more cat pictures on the internet? And that is a different context than someone who has to deal with money. And then that's a different context than something that has to consider life and death. And what I think is the right constraints to enable self-service in each environment is very different. So simple is not always easy, and security is never done, right? So like we implemented DevSecOps. I heard that so many times, and it's just like, okay, cool story. Yeah. So resistance to change might be the only thing that is more inevitable than change. We don't want to forget how we do things here. So we're back to this. This is my advice to you, anyone in the audience or listening at home, that you should be. I thought I had another slide. Whoops. There we go. Somehow I skipped that one. That my advice is you should seek advantage. You'll be legit if you seek advantage, I promise. So the problem isn't technical. The problem isn't people. The problem is socio-technical, and we have to solve both together. This is one of my favorite things to read about. A lot of people started saying socio-technical systems. Does anyone know where that started? Where that word comes from? This is another rabbit hole, but I won't go down right now. Socio-technical systems originally comes from studying the mechanization of coal mining in the 1950s in Britain. And Trist at the Tavistock Institute in the Socio-Technical Systems papers says that the quality of any organizational system can only be understood and improved as social and technical are both considered as interdependent parts of a single system, right? And I think that's a common problem that we see in people's technology adoption transformation problem is that they get very tool focused and they don't really consider the social side of it. I don't have time to learn new things because I'm too busy getting things done. This is a very famous quote from the least productive person in the world. So this is the recap. So everyone will not be good at encryption. That I promise you. But somebody should be. And that somebody has a critical role helping people get dopamine so we can win together. I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here for the conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Throw it. So frameworks, would you consider that PKI is serving as one of those frameworks? Because, you know, it's invisible. You have the certificates in your browser. All that work is done at the
I mean, if you're really following along, like, I feel like we're pretty close to that whole paradigm breaking.
Yeah.
And it will break in our lives, I think. Maybe
it-
not
it-
next
it's the-
year.
I just remember, it's called the CAB Forum.
Yep.
And they establish bunches and bunches of rules for anybody who's running a PKI that it is going to be used by all the browsers. Then they have to follow all of this stuff or get kicked out.
Sure.
And that, you know, Symantec, I think, screwed up and they are no more.
So I think it's a good example in the sense that it's demonstrating that you can't expect the muggles to be
Yeah.
to like know any better than just to use the browser. Like they want to do commerce, they want to do whatever with their family. But they're not going to understand the, you know, whatever elliptic curves or whatever, that how to make that possible. And they shouldn't. They're not capable of it.
And yeah, I have two questions. One is that I heard that in DevSecOps, you said take what you have in the dev. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure what the question
No,
is.
the question is that in the DevSecOps, you said try to copy what you have in the dev, try to use it.
So the argument I'm making is that there's an evolution that happened with DevOps where when Puppet first shows up and you talk to system administrators, they're like, oh, that's not what we do. That's code. That's like development, right? And so then DevOps at some level became, we're going to write code that makes our infrastructure comply with whatever these declarative statements are, right? So there's this whole other deep rabbit hole about how these declarative systems are written with code, but for a period that was a transition where there's sysadmins are resistant, saying, oh, that's code, that's developers, that's what we don't do that. We do this other thing. Those same people were writing bash all day, right? And just getting them to put that in Git was a huge step forward. So it was more about this tribal identity than it was the reality of how they did their work. So my argument is for the security, that the evolution of security as a profession, it will start to look more like software development, that you're going to be able to, with some of the tools that we're talking about, I mean, the software supply chain problem is one problem. Being able to validate and verify other things in the infrastructure is another problem. But you're going to have engineering discipline that is very security focused, and that will look like software development where the domain is security. That's emerging right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. One more question. So I actually read some articles recently, and just article is that this AI assisted DevSecOps, what is that?
I think that's a lot of marketing.
Marketing, okay.
I mean, I feel like AI should be assisting everything at this point to some degree. That's a whole, like, I love AI. I'm a big fan of the tools that are emerging. But at the same time, I think that there's this fever dream people have that it's like you just abdicate it to the AIs and it's all going to be okay. And I think that's misguided.
But my question is that, do you have any insight when people say AI assisted DevSecOps, what exactly they mean?
It depends on who's marketing and what they're trying to sell you. Usually they're trying to sell you the same thing they're trying to sell you last year.
Yeah.
So just look at whatever they were selling last year. Now it's more AI.
I have a quick question. With everything that you're proposing just around DevSecOps, do you have any recommendations on how organizations should be thinking about how they organize teams, specifically how they organize around those problems?
Absolutely. I do. But it's like, you have to start with where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
So in the ergonomic approach, we want to start with making everything explicit, because one of the things that you see in most organizations is there's a lot of gray area.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes into the socio-technical system stuff, even back to Tris writing about the coal mines. There's so much discretionary labor that holds organizations together that is unspecified. And if everyone just did, I have a wager, which I don't think I'll ever lose, that if everyone in an organization just did their job, the whole place will fall apart. Like every organization, from, a fast food restaurant to pick whatever, Fortune, whatever, like the top of the pile tech companies, if everyone just did their job and there was no discretionary work, it'll fall apart. So first thing, let's make it explicit what we're actually doing. And then from there back into what would be optimal for our workflow. Actually, since we talk about AI, and I think this is related, because this is my own little passion project, not related to what I talked about today. So I got this, I got on this thread from this paper that I found that some Chinese guy, I can't pronounce his name, so I'm not gonna try, wrote about they were studying using AI tools to solve competitive coding problems. Mm-hmm. And their approach was based on task decomposition. So they had two groups. One they called experts, and those were people who could solve the most difficult competitive coding problems. And then they had non-experts, which were people who could only solve medium hard. So they weren't starting with not, like they could code, but they weren't as good. And with the AI assisted tools, they could be as good as the experts and 3 times faster than the experts originally were. The experts got even better, but the whole improvement was predicated on the task decomposition. Right. And so then I started thinking about this, and you were pivotal for a bit. So one of the things I think is interesting about this is this insight is the task decomposition is the key to so many things. If you think about just like doing TDD before you get AI involved, if you're going to go through and think about a problem, it's about decomposing the problem. And then you also need another thing, which they didn't make as explicit in the paper, but I'm fascinated with. You need the minimum amount of discernment that it's good to pass the test, right? So you can decompose the task, but if you can't recognize what's good, then you're kind of in trouble. And my anecdotal observation right now, watching a bunch of my friends and a bunch of different organizations try to adopt AI experiments, is that the most productive people are getting more and more productive, getting more and more leverage because they know what good looks like. And then the people who were cutting pasting from Stack Overflow are doing that just as bad, only faster. Yeah. That's what I see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna end up on a divergent topic if we go down that rabbit hole. But questions about that? All right. We're gonna go ahead and break for
I'm
dinner.
available for weddings, funerals, family reunions, religious holidays. No,
All right, we're gonna thank you, Andrew. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much. We're gonna go ahead and break for dinner. Is served over here. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start back. Our last speaker tonight is Hart Montgomery. Hart is the CTO of the Decentralized Identity Foundation and director of the Post-Quantum Cryptography Alliance. Thank you for being with us, Hart.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Just move the slides on the.
Yep, they should. Let me just.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, so thank you all for having me. Thank you for staying. I'm sorry I couldn't come earlier, but it's nice to see everybody. I am Hart, and today I am going to be talking about the Post-Quantum Cryptography Alliance. If the slides go forward. There we go. So I'm going to sort of talk about 4 things today. So I'm going to begin by going into some background on the quantum threat to cryptography. Then I'm going to talk a little about the Linux Foundation. I think a lot of people here are already familiar with the Linux Foundation, but maybe some people aren't. I'm going to talk about the Post-Quantum Cryptography Alliance, and then I'm going to talk about some of the project details, how you can get involved, and what you can do. This is a pretty small crowd, so please feel free to ask questions, interrupt me. More than happy for questions, so please speak up. Awesome. So I'm sure people have heard of quantum computers, quantum threats to cryptography, right? The basic idea is that sufficiently large enough quantum computers can break all, I'll call it traditional public key cryptography. And sort of what that means is if you're using public key cryptography today, it's very likely broken by quantum computers. But we do know cryptography that is secure against quantum computers, and I'll talk more about that later. Is everybody here is familiar, you know, so why quantum? This slide actually got put on by a business executive. I had to correct it, but I can't take out a quantum complexity slide of a talk. Are people, anybody here familiar with these problems? Maybe you've heard of the P versus NP question. Awesome, some people. So it turns out there's a whole quantum analog to this as well, right? So if we think of this as, which screen is easier for me to, all right, we'll go this one, right? So we think of the easy problems, right? You know, you all are familiar with these, like sorting, right, is an easy computational problem. And some sort of the hard classical problems, right? So maybe like, if we think of an NP complete problem like 3-SAT, right? That's a hard problem. And cryptography, you know, could also fall in here. But there are a lot of other problems that are easy for quantum computers that are hard, we think, for classical computers. So this is this class called BQP, and then there are hard quantum problems. And I don't want to go too into this, but I do want to point out that there probably are lots of classical problems that are still hard, even in the context of quantum computers, even if quantum computers make a lot of cryptographic problems today easy. Awesome. So who's heard of a qubit before? Great. So I don't have time, unfortunately, to do a full, you know, introduction to quantum computing and how it works. But the basic thing that makes quantum computing powerful is that you can use things called qubits, and you can store information in superposition, right? So a bit could be a 0 or a 1, and you can act on it, assuming that it's in both positions. And then at the end, maybe you can measure it and you can get some useful information out. I do want to point out that sort of, even though you can act simultaneously on a lot of different possibilities, you know, in superposition, you typically can't get them all out, right? You maybe can get one out. And sort of the clever part of quantum computation is figuring out how to use this power while still essentially only being able to get one solution out. It's much more complicated. I know that probably didn't explain it, but I think it's really fascinating. My favorite reference is Scott Aronson's course notes for this. They're a great read. And so if you have questions, I definitely recommend checking those out. Scott Aronson's course notes. So if you just Google Scott Aronson quantum computing notes, you'll find them. Scott has a incredible writing style, very, I guess, colloquial, which is really nice and unusual for computer science texts. So you all have heard of Shor's algorithm, right? So it gives you an exponential speed up for cryptography, right? And that's the big thing here, right? So classically, we only know how to solve factoring in essentially the number of 2 to the number of bits of the modulus to the 1/3, right? Whereas in a quantum computer, we can do it in just sort of the number of bits cubed, right? So, obviously totally broken. There's no way we can possibly make this secure, right? So Shor's algorithm, discrete log, basically everything you use today for public key cryptography is broken, right? And just some sort of, quantitative numbers, right? It would take you millions of years to factor a 2048-bit RSA key today. With a reasonably powerful quantum computer, it would just be hours. Obviously, I don't need to preach to the choir to you all, but our modern world depends on cryptography. We can't afford to have this break. So what will happen, right? You can think of all of the bad things that can happen: authentication, digital signatures. But one problem that I like to talk about a lot that I think is particularly relevant, even on our time scale, is this problem called harvest now, decrypt later. Have people heard of this? People familiar? Great. So I'll spend a second on this right now. As many of you are, I'm sure, aware, lots of people on the internet today are recording all of the traffic that goes across it, right? State actors, advertisers, whatever, right? Some of them are recording even encrypted traffic, right? So if I record your encrypted traffic today, right, and I invent a quantum computer 10 years from now, or someone does, right, and they'll let me decrypt this data, if you need that data to be secure for more than 10 years, you have a problem, right? And so this is the essence of the harvest now, decrypt later problem. And this is, in my opinion, the big worry about quantum computers for cryptography today. A lot of people in a lot of industries, like the financial industry, need data to be secure for a very long time, right? So in some financial cases, it's like 30 years you're required to store data and keep it securely. That's a problem, right? We could have a lot of big changes in 30 years. This is a favorite diagram of mine. I am not a physicist. I understand some about quantum computing and how the computational model works, but that is because the physicists give it to computer scientists in a nice, easy to understand way. I can't tell you when a quantum computer will be built, but this last year is sort of a diagram indicating where quantum physicists and people building quantum computers thought a quantum computer would be likely to be built, right? So, you can see, the various likelihoods on the far side and what percent of experts think a quantum computer, powerful enough to break RSA 2048 in 24 hours will be, right? So people are pretty confident that it won't be within 5 years. 10 years, it starts to change, right? In 15 years, more than half of these people think that it's likely. In 20 years, people think it's very likely, right? So this gives you some estimate of what the experts think is the time frame. Obviously, we don't know for sure. It could be that there's a big breakthrough and people have this next year. Probably not, but we don't know for sure. But this is something to consider when you're thinking about future-proofing your data. So this hopefully should be contributed to the Linux Foundation soon, but there's an IBM course on a practical Introduction to Quantum Safe Cryptography. Definitely recommend that as well if you're looking for a practical introduction to the topic that isn't as math heavy. So who here is familiar with the NIST competition on quantum cryptography, or sorry, post-quantum cryptography? Some people? Great. So the good news is people have been aware of this for a long time. There's been a lot of momentum on this, and there's been a huge standardization process to build standards for quantum secure cryptography. The first standards were published 2 months ago. They're standards called Kyber, Dilithium, and Sphinx. Sphinx is a hash-based signature function, if you're familiar with that. The other two crypto systems are based on lattice-based cryptography. I don't have time to go into that today, but it is a type of cryptography that we think is not vulnerable to quantum computers. Great. So you might ask, okay, you're telling me that I need to switch to these new and different cryptographic algorithms that are secure against quantum computers, right? What are the issues? So I'll tell you that computation is not much more expensive with post-quantum cryptography than with traditional cryptography. It's mostly matrix operations over fields, so we can do that, right? It's not too bad. Your GPU will just churn through this. The problem that comes up is keys, ciphertexts, and signatures are much larger in size. So sort of the best protocols we have, the size of these typically blow up by like a factor of 5 to 10. So in some cases, this isn't so problematic. If you're relying on like putting a public key in a packet or some kind of specialized architecture or something that's extremely high throughput, it might be more of a problem. The other big issue is hardware. So I don't know if anyone here works with hardware or works on hardware, but this adds a whole nother layer to this harvest now, decrypt later problem, right? Because you don't want to build the hardware or even design the hardware until the standards are out and solidified. Then you have to pick a post-quantum cryptography standard. What do you do? You know, it's a delicate game, right? Then you have to roll out the hardware. People have to start using it. So this is particularly tricky in this area. And we see a lot of concern with hardware manufacturers over this. So you might ask, what do I need to do? And sort of in summary, right? You all can probably see I was going to tell you this. You need to, most importantly, replace public key primitives with post-quantum alternatives. You should also probably double the size of symmetric keys for things like SHA and AES. So double your SHA length, double your AES length. There's some debate right now. There's a theoretical quantum advantage here that's sub-exponential. So in theory, you could do a search over a 256-bit key space in the time it would take you classically to do a 128-bit space. We don't know how well it does practically. So how? So how do I do this, right? So the key thing I want to tell everyone today is if you're building code or building a code project, architect your code in a cryptographically agile way. I can't tell you how many like million or 10 million line code bases I've seen, or even more, where they've hard coded in ECDSA all over the place, right? This is an absolute nightmare to make post-quantum secure. I don't know how some of these pieces of software are going to do it. So when you write code, write it in what's called a cryptographically agile way. So you do abstract calls to cryptography. You do like encrypt, sign, rather than directly call an ECDSA or something like that, or SHA. You will thank your future self will thank you for doing this. And there are a lot of good libraries for this, and this can also help with things like key rotation. So you can have other benefits that are more immediate from writing cryptographically agile code than just being able to future-proof yourself. I would say if you're working on a code base that's not cryptographically agile, this is the first thing to do. This is best coding practice anyway. So, and yeah, we can help. We have code and other tools, and I'll talk more about this later. So yeah, I'll stop here before I move to the next section of the presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Lots of questions.
All right. Thank you for coming again. So you mentioned like the hoarding of data and encrypting it later. Even ignoring that, just ourselves, we hoard our own data, right?
Mhm.
Do you think that there's going to be envision maybe an ecosystem of consumer tools that will make it easy, like run this thing and it'll like re-encrypt everything you have stored in all, Dropbox and S3 and, that kind of like to make it rational and reasonable for people who don't really know this stuff.
Yeah, and the one good thing here is most file encryption. So most encryption at rest is already done with symmetric key encryption. So that's much less vulnerable, and we have to worry about that a lot less. So if you're just like, I can't think of a file encryption system that doesn't just use symmetric key encryption. So we're much safer there. The big issue is when we use public key encryption or when we use public key encryption to like exchange a key and then we use that key for symmetric encryption. That's sort of when we're in trouble.
Way back in 1976 or 1977, somewhere around then, DES 52 was a brand new, glossy, wonderful way of encrypting things. How many years after that was it generally considered breakable by these standards? And since Moore's law basically gives us a linear plot on log paper, can we use that as a good estimate for at what point we're going to lose our new forms of encryption today?
So that's a good question. So the best crypto systems have asymptotic variance, right? So basically, as a good crypto system, right, I should be able, as computers get more powerful, I should just be able to pick a bigger key size, right? So if you think of like AES as sort of the successor to DES with a bigger key size, not entirely true, but sort of true in spirit, right? So, we have AES 128 and then we, up to, 256. So this kind of like style of cipher can keep getting bigger, right? Even if computers get more powerful. So the important thing, right, is that sort of the complexity of the attack grows exponentially in the key length, right? In this case, if the power of computers double, right, we only need to add one more bit to the key. And that's not so bad, right? We can just sort of keep doing this for a long time. The problem is when this isn't the case, right? And this is what quantum computers give us against existing algorithms today, right? If we wanted security against a quantum computer, right? The security, the computation is like, polynomial or rather the attack is polynomial in the number of bits, right? So that means if we want exponential security, we have to have exponential bits, which is just impossible. So I guess the short answer is good cryptographic algorithms like handle this scaling gracefully. So hopefully we shouldn't have to change too much if we pick good algorithms. We just increase the key size a little bit.
I didn't quite understand what you meant by the hardware being vulnerable. You just explained it's all a software problem. Why is the hardware falling behind?
So it's not, I guess, it's not a specific issue with hardware versus software. The issue is hardware takes a lot more time to design and change than software and to roll out to people, right? Like, if a quantum computer came out tomorrow, I could push an update to my software that updated your code to, quantum security. For hardware, that would be a much more difficult task, right? I can't necessarily replace hardware on the fly.
But what's the problem with the hardware?
Lots of people have cryptographic functionalities built into hardware. So like, if you have like a device that has, ECDSA hardware and no other hardware, and it uses that for authentication, for instance, that's a problem. Exactly. Yeah,
I have a question. Yeah.
sure.
So there is an understanding gap for me. So I see that a lot of MACsec encryption modules, hardware modules support the QKD, quantum keys, symmetric keys. So if it is just a symmetric key, what is the benefit?
For a QKD?
So QKD is bringing quantum keys, right?
Right.
And it's a symmetric key. We bring both peer, have the same symmetric key. And encryption type is still AES. So what is the benefit?
So QKD lets you do key agreement, right?
Yeah.
So if you and I have so most public key encryption today, right? Or like how the internet works, or how like TLS works, right? We don't use public key cryptography for very long, right? We do a key exchange, and then we use that key in a symmetric key protocol, right?
Yeah.
So the point is that QKD replaces the key exchange, right?
No, but how that key is more secure? That's the question.
Then what?
Than a classic, any symmetric key in the negotiation used.
What do you mean? How's the?
So in the asymmetric cryptography, I understand that, let's say you have a private and public key pair, and with the help of computer, quantum computing, I can figure out the prime factor and do some calculation and break it. But in the symmetric key, there is no such thing going on.
Right. So okay. So I think I understand your question now. So you're asking, why are there attacks on public key protocols but not symmetric key protocols?
Yes, and then why the benefit of QKD? Why do I have a quantum key in the MACsec now?
So the answer to your first question is that so there are post-quantum or quantum secure cryptographic protocols that don't have this structure. But quantum computing allows us to exploit the mathematical structure of groups for factoring and discrete log problems, right? These are group-based cryptography. Okay, so I'll explain it in a little bit more detail. So the basic idea, right, is you have, we'll do it for RSA, right? So RSA, you have an RSA modulus, right? And the goal is to find the factors. It turns out there's a function called the phi function, which is the order of the RSA group, if you're a little familiar with group theory. It turns out if you can determine this phi function to this order of the group, you can factor the modulus. It's a little mathematical, but it's not too hard. So what quantum computing lets you do very efficiently is period find. So I can take a quantum Fourier transform over an exponential domain in polynomial time, right? So I'm very effective at finding periods, right? And if you think about it, if I have a group, it's periodic in the order of the group, right? So I can always find the order of the group. So for an RSA group, I find the order of the group. That gives me the phi function that lets me factor the group. So this is very, very specific to group structure, right? If you think about AES or something, there's no group structure, right? It's completely arbitrary. So it's really sort of funny that quantum computing gives you this, because it's a very specific attack that exploits, very precise mathematical structure. Yeah, so unfortunately, the actual answer is like an hour long going through it all, but that's the summary. Any other questions?
Sorry.
I was just multitasking in my mailbox, and I found that a news item that said that some Chinese quantum computer already decrypted some RSA coding, encrypted text. Have you seen anything?
No, I haven't seen anything.
All right, something to Google tonight then.
So, I mean, there are very well-known and very public RSA challenges with large cash prizes. So anyone that wants to make their discovery public, knows this, they can factor one of these RSA challenge numbers and win large amounts of money. What? Oh, it's gone now? I thought there was still some money. I could be wrong though. I think, okay. I thought there was still money there. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, they're very public challenges that you can break. So if you want to convince people you have broken it, that's what you do.
I have some service for quantum computing. Are they any good? The cloud providers like Google and Amazon and Microsoft,
I mean, they're working on it.
they
They're
have
not
services, but what do you get from buying those services?
from their quantum computing.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. They say that there are interesting advancements in solving different kinds of problems. Like they like to target things like protein folding or other applications. There's some debate over whether, there's actually a quantum advantage on this problem. I can guarantee you that if any of these companies, built a computer that could solve, RSA 2048, they would definitely show it off. So, yeah. Any other questions on this section? Awesome. So I'll move on. So sort of like, what can we do? And before I talk about what we're specifically doing for post-quantum cryptography, I want to talk a little bit about the Linux Foundation. So how many people are here familiar with the Linux Foundation? Probably most people. Awesome. Who's contributed to an LF project? Some people. Is anybody a maintainer? Yep. Awesome. That's fantastic. So you all know this really well. You all are CNCF maintainers, right? Yeah. So the LF is a huge open source organization. You probably use lots of these projects every day without even thinking about it. Lots of people, obviously the LF kernel, you're probably familiar with the CNCF, like Kubernetes and all the cloud stuff. Your car probably runs on Linux, some version of Linux, whether it's automotive grade Linux or Android. All the animation software in movies is done through the Academy Software Foundation. So it really touches everything. Maybe some of you have worked with RISC-V. So big numbers, we have a lot of people, and we're an open source software organization. I'm betting people here are pretty familiar with open source software and how it works. Awesome. So I'll skim through this. Computer software under a license, which can be developed in a collaborative public manner. And that's what we're really about at the LF, is collaborative public development. Lots of people will just dump their code online and say, oh, it's open source. Good luck, have fun. But we like to be the neutral home for collaborative public development. I get the feeling I'm preaching to the choir here, but I talk to a lot of enterprises and banks that maybe aren't so accepting of open source code. And the dirty secret of modern software development is even when you pay someone to build a closed source solution, they often use open source components in it. I'll skip through this because I think we're a little bit. Yeah, I agree, but you go talk to certain big enterprises and they have, I would say, naive expectations. I can't name names, but you can imagine. You've probably met a lot of them. So this is where I want to talk about the PQCA, or the Post-Quantum Cryptography Alliance. So we are the Linux Foundation's open source umbrella for post-quantum cryptography. So we're like, lots of other LF projects. If you're familiar with the CNCF, we have a similar structure to the CNCF. Obviously, we're much smaller than the CNCF, but the fundamentals are similar. And the goal is to advance the adoption of post-quantum cryptography through software implementations and support the continued development and standardization of new algorithms. with software for evaluation and prototyping. So we, unlike most LF projects, we sort of have a research mandate and a really big research and academic community. If you're from the CNCF, this kind of diagram will look very familiar. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah. It's very much the evolution of the CNCF model. So there's some new names, there's a little bit of new legal stuff, but it's the same kind of idea. You know, we have a TAC, we have like separate projects, and you know, like the CNCF, it's a totally open project. Anyone can join, anyone can participate. There are only a few things that are not open to the public. Like, you know, obviously we don't make our security vulnerability disclosures public until they're done, that kind of thing. So we have a few initial projects that if you're interested in looking at post-quantum code or using it, you know, check it out. We have Open Quantum Safe project, and this actually came from the University of Waterloo. They were developing a PQC project of a very academic nature. People started picking it up, industries got interested, and you know, it was decided that the next big thing should be to, you know, push this into the LF so it could push towards, you know, being a production ready, you know, super hardened code base. You know, there are a lot of different things in there, all of the NIST standards, lots of applications, you know, and then there's also, we have what we call the PQ code package. We unfortunately had to go with very generic names. It turns out post-quantum cryptographers like to name their projects after Star Wars things, which, you know, naming something after a Disney property is not a good trademark policy. So it is what it is. But we do have, you know, both research tracks and production tracks, and I think that's really important. So we, you know, have a lot of implementations on things that are sort of, you know, coming out in the future that aren't ready yet, but it's an area for experimentation. And I just mentioned this, but yes, we have a production track, an experimental track, and there's a lot of interesting work going on in both of these. So OQS, the Open Quantum Safe project, this is, you know, sort of a catch-all piece of software, uses a lot of code from, you know, lots of different places. The main library is liboqs. If you look at post-quantum cryptography software anywhere, you'll stumble across liboqs. Lots of people use it. But there's also, you know, OQS Providers is a really nice piece of software. It's an open SSL3 provider, and there's also demos and other stuff as well, if you just want to kick the tires on post-quantum cryptography. Just some folks about who are involved. You know, maybe you know some of these people. You definitely know some of these companies. Don't need to go too much into that. We also have a really interesting project called the PQ code package. And the goal of this project is to build, you know, very hardened, formally verified libraries. So sort of like bare metal, C or Rust or other stuff. You know, it's new and, you know, it's certainly not done, but there's a lot of interesting work going on there too. And if you're interested in, well, I don't know if anyone here is interested in formal verification, but if you're interested in very low level C implementations, this is a great place to go. And so, yeah, we're open to other projects. We're going to have some contributions in the future. We're going to probably have a CBOM contribution, so a cryptographic bill of materials. Is anybody here familiar with SBOMs or software build? Great, that's fantastic. I'm used to far fewer people in crowds knowing what an SBOM is. So a CBOM is a cryptographic equivalent of that. So software for that will be fantastic. You know, we're also expecting to see some contributions for some of these other standards. Things like elliptic curve isogenies, if you're familiar with that. Probably not, but what this lets you do is it lets you have post-quantum secure signatures with more computation, so they're slower, but the signature sizes are much smaller, so it's a trade-off. Yeah, and our goal is to have a complete PQC stack. This is what we're building for. We want agility providers or APIs, libraries, base level implementations, CBOMs, testing, formal verification. And one of the key tenets is we know that we need to make it easy to use. I believe there was a talk on this earlier that people won't use things unless it's easy. We need to make it easy to use and switch to PQC or people just aren't going to do it. So yeah, we have pretty standard Linux Foundation technical project governance. I could talk for hours about this, but you probably don't want to hear about it. So I will mostly skip this, but if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And yeah, we have lots of ways to get involved. If this is something that interests you, you know, we do a lot of stuff on Discord. Our GitHub is almost completely open. We have mailing lists as well. So yeah, please join us. And I'll stop there and answer any questions that you all may have.
So a few slides back, you said you had the goal to have this full stack. What's your kind of estimate in terms of timeline and level of effort to make that true?
You know, on the order of years, for sure. You know, it's not going to happen overnight. It's hard to say exactly. A lot of it depends on what happens in the quantum world, right? If there's a quantum supremacy event, then we imagine companies and everybody will really pour resources on this and get it done quickly, right? If there are sort of, you know, negative developments in actual quantum computing, things will probably be slower. So it really depends.
So when the incentives align with the behavior, then it'll come.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's steady progress, right? And there's always degrees, right? You know, we might have something, but you know, you can always make it better. You can always formally verify more. You could do a better model, all this kind of stuff, right? So it's something like, you know, even if you think of like a piece of software like OpenSSL, right? You know, is it ever really done? So yeah, until the next CV, exactly.
So there was this news just last week that engineers or scientists in China were able to break actually one of the traditional cryptography, but the news was saying that they were able to break only in a certain limited conditions. So we are not very close to breaking yet. So my question is that because if you go to this OQS provider site, etc. Actually, I did the security assessment, I believe, OQS provider with Michael. So
awesome. Yeah.
So I think I'm aware. So, but it claims that it's still experimental, not the production. So I'm just wondering, is it deployed anywhere in production?
It has been deployed in places. Yeah. I mean, the OQS team is, you know, and I admire them for this. You know, they want to be confident in all of their guarantees. So, you know, I admire their commitment to security. So yeah.
Thank you.
So kind of related to the thread that he just started, what could an organization do to get some like incremental benefit? Like you don't have the complete stack yet, but what would you recommend kind of best approach to getting leverage from what exists now?
So the first thing I recommend to any organization is making your code cryptographically agile if it's not. So if your code is cryptographically agile, you have a great start. If it's not, you have a ton of work to do. And you should be doing that anyway for best coding practices. So, you know, that's sort of the first advice. Unfortunately, most code is not. There are people that do it right, but I generally find they're not super common.
OpenSSL provider supports the hybrid mode
Yes.
you can keep your existing cryptography and quantum keys. So then it might be deployed.
Yeah, so this is a great point. So hybrid mode is definitely the conservative choice. If you don't necessarily care about performance of the cryptography in that instance, right? Like if you're doing a key exchange and then switching to symmetric key cryptography, right? The key exchange is pretty minimal in terms of overall computational overhead, right? In terms of all the symmetric key operations you're doing, right? So doing both a traditional, elliptic curve based key exchange in conjunction with a post quantum key exchange, right? And then, XORing the result together or something like that, which is what you might do in a hybrid mode. Not precisely that, but that's the intuition. It doesn't cost too much in the grand scheme of things because it's amortized over sort of all the computation you're doing. Similar for like SBOMs, right? We see a big push to do, post-quantum software signing, right? Because hashing all the software, hashing a huge software file is much more expensive than doing a signature. So yeah, hybrid is a popular choice for conservative people and for places where the overhead of cryptography is not large. Now the NSA says not to do hybrid. They say move directly to post-quantum. I'll let you take that as you will.
But same NSA for the QKD MACsec says that you can bring the key itself with the traditional cryptography, but use the quantum key. So what's the point?
Yeah, interpreting what the NSA says is like, I may as well create a new religion to interpret it, but yeah, so I don't know. That's why I say interpret it as you will.
Yeah, question. You mentioned that a lot of these operations are actually done through matrices, computations, and you just mentioned GPUs. So do you actually see an advantage of having GPUs as something to improve computation times and something that will be used in the future more?
So NVIDIA just did a press release on this actually about their CU PQC product. So they definitely think GPUs are an advantage.
But is it more like a marketing thing, or is it, you think it's also, I mean, from your point of view?
Well, they are matrix operations, right? So, lattice-based cryptography, right, is essentially, matrix multiplication. That's the expensive step. Or matrix or multiplying like ring elements, which is also like something that a GPU is at least in theory great at. So I do think it does make sense in theory. Yes.
Got it. Right. Thanks.
On the heat map, where are you? What is this happening?
I have no idea. I'm not a physicist, so it's not a topic that I'm like qualified to answer, really. So, I mean, you may as well, ask your favorite celebrity what they think about economics.
So it was Scott Aronson's notes. Is that what he said?
Yes.
So that's on the quantum computing stuff.
Yes.
Do you have a recommendation for reading on post-quantum cryptography? Like, what are these algorithms based on?
Yeah, I think the IBM course that I linked, that hopefully they'll be contributing to the LF.
That explains how the math works, or it just shows how to use it?
At a high level, yeah.
Okay.
If, I don't know that there is like a really good resource for all the math at this point, because people keep putting more and more complicated math into the schemes.
As one does.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Physics, but I'm not sure you may choose not to answer. But I was reading this and the it over and over, this sentence is made that if someone is stealing the key, the state must have changed. What exactly it is? Quantum state changed? What exactly do they mean this when they say this?
Yeah. So this is, so quantum has this famous theorem called sort of the no cloning theorem, right? So, which means it's sort of like, in general, it's hard to copy an arbitrary quantum state. So typically when you know, and even when you try to get bits out of a state, right, you have to measure them, right? And that can be detected by another party who is entangled with the bits, right? And this is sort of how the basics of QKD works, right? You know, it's basically like if we share like entangled keys, or if we share entangled bits, right? So qubits, you know, if I measure a bit, right, then it's also measured, you know, on your copy, right? Because they're entangled. And if an adversary is doing various things to the bits, we can also detect that. It's complicated. There isn't like a good, you can transfer, sometimes you can't copy, but you can often detect if people have made copies. It gets, yeah, I apologize for the lack of a detailed answer. It gets very complicated. One of my favorite things though about this is you can actually use this property to build like the best money you can possibly design, right? So the best digital money anyway, because usually like classical money, like digital money doesn't work very well because you can just copy it, right? And that's why people do things like blockchains. But with quantum bits, you can't arbitrarily copy them. If you're smart, with a lot of math, you can create states that people can also like check to see that they're money. So it's a really cool thing, I think. To do this, you would need like quantum computers in everybody's cell phone. So it's not like a reasonable thing. You know, probably not in our lifetimes, but it's a cool theoretical idea.
That's great.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Thanks
so
everybody
much,
for the time.
Hart. Here, I'll stand up. So obviously, as we've been talking, as technology evolves, so do the methods of securing our data. They need to evolve with those times. So what I'd like to do is just open up this panel to a discussion about innovations like we've heard about, quantum resistant algorithms, AI-driven solutions that may be coming up, and then exploring how we think some of these advancements are going to impact industries, privacy, and regulations in the coming years. So just opening it up, as we look forward, what do we think are some of the key developments or trends that we can expect in encryption technology? And I'm going to restrict this to the next 5 years, making it a little bit more shorter term. And that can be for anyone.
I feel like he just told us most of it.
I know.
So I'll pivot to something completely different. Am I allowed to talk about cryptography that isn't technically encryption?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So one big thing that I'm really excited about is digital identity. I don't know if people are familiar with this or have seen this. The basic idea is I can issue people, or well, I'm not an issuing authority, but an issuing authority like the DMV can issue a digital credential for your driver's license, right? You know, things are already moving digital, but in a good, you know, anonymous credential world, you'll have a zero knowledge proof system that will allow you to sort of prove various properties about yourself using the digital credential you've been issued. And so this will sort of give, you know, the best in terms of, you know, anonymity and privacy using digital credentials.
So Are you in that context suggesting that it's not always just about securing the one channel, but when we have like digital IDs that need to be authenticated against, in addition to like the encryption, we can add layers, sort of like a microservices of identity protection?
Yeah, well, I mean, identity is becoming more and more security, right? If your identity layer is broken, then your security layer is sort of hopeless.
Yeah.
And your identity is going to be everywhere, and you're using it for everything, right? The analogy I like to give is, in sort of today's world, I show my driver's license to maybe a barman to order a beer, right? Maybe I'm getting old now, so not as doesn't happen as much, but some bars are sticklers for the rules. And, you know, the barman probably doesn't have a photographic memory. He's probably not remembering my driver's license. And if he like writes down my information, then I know about it, right? If I use a digital credential today, wherever it's used, they're probably recording it, and they're probably not only recording it, they're selling it to all their friends, along with all the data they have on me, right? So this is why I think anonymous credentials and things like that are extremely important. There's a lot of advancement going on in this. The US is actually lagging substantially behind in terms of this. The EU is really pushing for digital wallets that support privacy preserving credentials. In Canada, in some places, you can already get issued credentials that are ZKP capable by some of the governments. So I see this as an exciting development in the next 5 years. So I'll turn it over to someone else to say something else.
Something interesting that I think is going to become more relevant in the future, maybe the next 5 years, is maybe the relationship between data and I've been working on the Cloud Native AI Initiative, a working group with CNCF. So it's a relationship between the different aspects of the data, how those are encrypted, what kind of privacy is offered, and how that data is actually used to, train the machine learning models, right? It could be predictive AI, it could be generative AI, but, it could be wide open, and there needs to be a way maybe to find out how to restrict access to that, and how to use some of these newer algorithms to encrypt it. Oh, the microphone is not working?
No, just speak up a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, and I think the other aspect that is interested is how you, with generative AI, because a lot of these models hallucinate and give you the wrong answers, is how you set these guardrails on the specific answers for security. Like, you're not allowed to provide an answer that has a lot of toxicity or has private information. So you'll see organizations set these guardrails internally, so they're say like their employees are not able to see the information that they're not supposed to see.
So AI, I think, is interesting because, to have an effective AI model, you need to train it on data. So what do you think is the role of AI and balancing data privacy, of the individuals with leveraging AI to protect the data that we may be training it on?
Yeah, it works from both aspects. From the beginning of the ML lifecycle process, with the data prep, sanitizing that data, using, like not your first name or last name, just using like generic names or like something that is allowed, and then using that to train the model. But then in cases of LLM, so you cannot control that because OpenAI and Meta training Llama 3 or 3.2, whatever the latest model is, they use public data, right? So and then you can control that. So the next thing to do there is have mechanisms like policies that allow you to discern or evaluate some of these answers. I'm involved in this open source project called TrueLens that allows the evaluation of the LLMs. For example, you have a RAG pipeline and you want to see if you're retrieving the right context that you're sending to the LLM, maybe a context that needs accurate information or it's not providing like information that is bogus that. So you could continually use a project like this to evaluate the context or the answers and set those guardrails, around like the whole system of prompting and answers.
So we're not even protecting copyright at this point. So I think it's far reaching to say we're going to protect individuals. But I want to go back a little bit to something Hart made me think of, which is, people are getting excited about SBOMs and all this kind of stuff and what that's going to allow us to do with these software builds. But there's so much that happens in the controls that are kind of this human in a loop meatware space, theatrics that could be solved if we had stronger identity of both the individuals and also identity attached to the workloads of the microservices. So I think there's some interesting work that's emergent where you could get to some of the stuff I was alluding to, where the software is able to not just have provenance of the build, but every control, every attestation goes back to an identity. And that's not happening in a lot of cases, but there's some interesting stuff that makes that possible probably in the near future.
So I would say this, I see that because I'm from India, so I see their digital identity, and I also see European market, how they have progressed. So at least in the US, in a good change, you will see that this identity is going to catch up for sure, because everybody is moving in that direction. And some of the issues which I was talking in my session could be solved, partially, if you have a basically cryptographic identity. But when it comes to change for the coming 5-year basic fundamental cryptography, I'm just trying to base my answer on what happened in the last 5 years, how the world moved. So I do see that these are actually real situation on the ground. We recently launched a product which has quantum keys for MACsec. And I was just wondering, because another team had approached me, so I was wondering how come hardware support this keying actually, but it did. So that means hardware already had supported quantum keys for the MAC security, and we do support. So that's a change, actually, good change. So this is likely that the PQCA, because now we support in the hybrid mode, it is going to catch up. And you must have noticed that Cisco is a vendor, so we generally run behind. So if we are running that level, so I think everybody else is going to catch up first, I can tell you. So PQCA, you'll see that change, you will see, but it's not going to be, path breaking or something. It's going to be a very incremental change.
I feel like we're touching the line where we're talking a lot about regulations, or at least the way that they're being implemented in Europe and some other countries. Do we think that the future regulations will support or hinder the development of more advanced encryption and privacy methods going forward? It's an opinion question. No wrong answer.
My take on regulation, it does help a lot, but there's a balance between innovation and too much regulation. There are a lot of concerns about going back to privacy or data privacy, right? And I think Europe has actually been ahead of the curve in this respect. In some of it's hard to tell, like, if it's some of these things actually.
Let me ask like a follow-up maybe to get that. Like, are we seeing global cooperation on how to go about this in any way, or are the countries and the companies about the size of some countries going in their separate directions?
I think it's a mixed bag. I mean, there are groups that are trying to get this right, and there are like a series of people are also going on their own, like specific countries, trying to get ahead of time, but also don't necessarily have all the information and maybe all the technology that they need to. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Sure, I'll take a crack at this. We certainly don't have good collaboration. People can't agree. Lots of different competing standards. Even in Europe, it's very hard for Europe to get agreement between all the governments and all the European bodies that have authority over this. So it's very complicated. For privacy, it's definitely something that good regulation can put forward. And I use the caveat of good regulation because sort of heavy-handed technical regulation that is not done by folks with technical knowledge can certainly be a bad thing. But for privacy, we often, see a lot of like tragedy of the commons. People don't know what they're losing, until they don't have it. So, who's going to sort of look after, privacy of people, right? As an individual, it's very hard for me. Well, I mean, I should say for many people in this room, it's very easy to take care of your privacy. For most people, it might be very hard, right? It's very hard for a person who is, not in software or computer science or anything like that to tell when their privacy is being violated or not, right? It's just hard to make a decision. And if people can't make informed decisions on something, then it's a problem. So regulation, good regulation could help from this perspective. Now, the question is, will we get good regulation or not? And that's a whole different discussion.
I'm pretty sure I trade convenience for my privacy all the time, but
I think we all do.
yeah.
Along those lines, I mean, zooming out at a macro scale, like if you think of a healthcare company or someone starting out in digital health today, what guidance would you give a company like that has, pretty strict privacy standards as they exist today? I mean, there's some regulation around HIPAA and high trust maintenance, or those things that they have to maintain. How do they balance that with innovation and where the future of encryption and privacy is heading? What would you guide how would you guide their thinking around these topics?
I'm not sure I'm the best one to answer this, but two anecdotes that I have in my own life right now. So my life insurance policy pays for me to have this Apple Watch, and I trade the data for if I do certain things, my premium goes down. And I believe probably within the next 5 to 10 years, you'll see more and more insurance, not just life insurance, but health insurance will start to be gamified, and you'll trade. You're going to see that with the driving, the car insurance, the rest of that. And then I also happen to have given 23andMe my genetic data, and you're seeing this you're seeing this like kind of financial impact of so it's not just like what would be the advice, but then all these other things might change whatever the game that's being played by some of these organizations. So
but in general, you see the trend for trading data for your convenience and
well, it's not
these
just my
things
like
continue.
it's an exchange, right? I'm getting something for
Exactly
what I'm giving, because I also think part of the implication of the question is like private to whom, right? So I'm sharing that information, or you're going to get to the point where there's instrumentation on all these vehicles. And why would I insure you if I'm the other side of the table? Why would I insure you? You drive like an idiot all the time, right? So I think that it's not just about privacy in the sense that you're going to share with that individual. It's what's what's protected on the other side of that equation? What is it possible for other people to see? What kind of, you know, protections you have, identification? So they have that data as an entity, but are they protecting your privacy once it gets in there in a way that makes it make sense?
So one comment about this is, I'd say, like, if somebody wanted to get started, you know, they're looking at it from a business point of view. They want to make money, right? So they're thinking like, okay, we're gonna help people in things that, yeah, and things that they really want or they need, right? But then if I was gonna advise somebody at a for-profit organization in healthcare, I tell them, like, you know, get involved with the different bodies, you know, try to create the standards to generate trust among the community, among among your potential customers, or your relationship with your vendors, or everybody you need to interface with. And so that's what I say, right? But at the end of the day, it's a business, right? So they're trying to make this money, and data can mean actually money for them, right?
And I think what I'm thinking about is, you know, there's a
Just a quick quip that
Yeah.
people make a lot of money selling your privacy right now.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of organizations that feel like it could be easy to oversteer on your investments in security and privacy. And I say that as these companies or these leaders, they see, you know, okay, we can encrypt, we can do all these advanced security practices, and then a failure happens in typically the most simple way. You know, somebody has a bad password hygiene and their email is just being forwarded to some spoof account in the background.
So I would say this, technical problems or problems with the cryptography cannot be tied to the question of privacy. I mean, the weakness of the cryptography cannot decide the policy you have at the privacy front. So you have to treat these two separately. But I would say this, given that we already sell our identity, given we already sell a whole lot of stuff we don't even know, and a lot of people are making money, that's not going to stop anytime soon. The only thing I think there got to be some kind of guardrails or policy that people should have some control by default, as opposed to I have to become proactive and stop the data. So I should have control. They should be asking me first, as opposed to I going to them that they stop it. That should be there.
Yeah, you've just outlined the principle of what's called self-sovereign identity.
Okay.
And this is like, you know, lots of people who are big identity people are, you know, big on this concept. And it's, you know, the idea is that you make decisions over, you know, who has your information. If you want to make an informed decision about giving someone, you know, personal information, that's great. You can do that and you should do that. But yeah, the idea is that you should be in control of your data. So yeah, it's a growing area. And if you're interested in that, I definitely encourage you to check it out.
Go ahead.
No, I don't know if you've seen the Apple commercial, you know, with the privacy, like the different, whatever, like the birds are actually flying around, but they're actually cameras that are actually watching you. But then somebody pushes the button and says the bird actually disappears or something, right? So I guess, yeah, a lot of companies are trying to do that. So they make you know, users feel comfortable about their data. But in the end, you know, they want them to trust them, but in the end, I think they need to balance it out, because their business is around, you know, how much more data they can gather from patterns from users, how many experiments they can run, A to B testing that, you know, allows them to actually, you know, target better ads. You know, so it is a balance.
Until you have the entangled qubits that let you know that someone else made a copy of that, then all you're doing is trusting them to do it with whatever other pressures and profit motives they have. So it's all based on like a big leap of faith and trust there.
Is there any concern that, I mean, we're rapidly approaching a world where our data is already out there? I mean, we are.
I think we live there right now.
Well,
don't we?
yeah,
Yeah.
like, so how do we, is there an ability to walk back from that into a secure and encrypted world, or are we in a maintenance mode?
Yeah.
And qubits everywhere.
Qubits. I say this because I think there's a lot of the more that I think about it, the idea of really secure identity management and then forcing authentication back into some sort of secure mechanism seems to be with users having the ability to kind of govern, you know.
Say have a copy of that data, how do you share the data?
Yeah, I mean, but sort of users would have to go back to be like, yes, I am allowing, this app or this thing to use my social security number because it's already out there.
Yeah, but there's just so many different bells and whistles about these little things. I'm sure like this providers or vendors, they give you like, oh, you want to share just your location or not? But then there's other things like you want to share the last time you pay with your credit card or something. Like it's just
it gets
so
very
many
nuanced.
different bells and whistles. So I don't know if there's just like one absolute thing that says I don't want to share anything. And there will be things in the future too that companies think about how to use that for profit benefits, right? That and then users will have to opt out again of that new thing that they actually come up with. So it is a challenge. And I'm not sure anyone has a solution. Maybe quantum computing might help with that, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I'll just say I think the best solutions are going to have to include a technology component and a good regulation component. There's just no way around it. You can't succeed entirely with technology and you can't succeed entirely with regulation, right? So it's got to be both.
Not everyone follows the law. And another thing that we kind of could have made a comment the whole day is if you look at the majority of what's happening in some of these breaches, there's like the social engineering. And you can have all the crypto and encrypt all this stuff, but if the right person gets the wrong response to a certain thing, then you're already compromised.
I agree that not everyone follows the law, but I will say, if you want to try something, try emailing a company and saying, I am a European citizen, delete all my information. They will probably not check and they will do it.
Yeah.
So.
That's another risk. I mean, social engineering, just human interactions, right? You can be fooled. Anybody can be fooled. And it's just like, person talking to another person. Right?
Yeah. I have a question though. I mean, can I ask a question to them?
Of course.
Yeah, the question is that I really do not understand how these policies are framed. I mean, what is the procedure so that they get it right? The privacy policies.
The regulations?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just saying like, if you agree to delete my data, you actually did it, right? Or if you say like, or if you authorize your insurance company, you say you can have my data, but only for you, right? They don't sell it to other people, right? And of course, this is like very, this is not easy to enforce, right? But if kind of this like privacy cheating happens on a large scale, then it's hard for someone not to blow the whistle on it.
So we need like an SEC for data.
So I won't name any guilty parties, but there's a lot of organizations in regulated industries that budget for how much they're going to pay when they fail their audits. Yeah. And as a consequence of that, like you can make whatever regulation, but at the same time, it's always going to come down to what's their game that they're trying to win. And if they think they can make more money and then pay that fine, then they'll still do it.
Unit economics.
It's the cost of doing business.
Are there any technologies out? I mean, we've talked a lot about AI, we've talked a lot about quantum for obvious reasons, but are there any other technologies out there on the horizon that make you excited today?
That's not enough.
It's everything to me, but
I mean, how broadly are we talking?
yeah, broadly.
I mean, within cryptography, I'm excited about advancements in MPC or multi-party computation. I don't know if people here are familiar with this. Multi-party computation. Raise your hand if you're familiar with. So this dovetails quite nicely with AI, actually. So the textbook example of multi-party computation or MPC is, suppose we're both billionaires, for instance. We don't know each other's net worth, but we want to find out who's richer without disclosing to the other person, how much money we actually have. We just want to learn a single bit of information, who's richer, right? So it turns out we can actually commit to our net worths and then run a protocol called multi-party computation, where at the end of the protocol, we both learn who's richer, but we don't learn anything else about the other person's net worth. So it's essentially, more abstractly, we want to come together on some different data sets, right? And we want to learn some function of all of the data, but we don't want to learn any more than that function, right? So this is an old cryptographic technique, but people are really pushing the boundaries in terms of efficiency and what you can do. And you can just see how nicely this works with AI, right? Suppose Visa and MasterCard want to build a fraud model together, but they don't want to reveal customer data, right? They can do it with MPC.
Is that different than, is that an evolution of like just the blockchain technology and the problem that it solved?
No, so this is different. It's different from blockchain. So there are a lot of blockchain protocols that do use MPC.
Yeah.
Core blockchain does not use MPC.
Got it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are talking about causal AI. Basically, it's just kind of like the maybe next step, but not generative, because generative actually creates a lot of hallucinations. So causal is just being able to understand what's happening in the environment and being able to act on that. So it's like and being able to have more deterministic answers or deterministic outcomes. I guess that's not quite there yet. I mean, there's a little bit about predictive AI that's been going on for quite a long time, even before generative AI. But this is one step further, and I guess it's something that allows. I'm not really sure how that works, but like it allows computers to be more creative in the case of generative AI, which is why I think it was also generative AI has become more popular, because it's that creative aspect that brings along together with with multimodal AI, for example, like the images that you can create or the videos or the voices that you can create.
Yes. Hold on.
I'd be interested to hear if anybody wants to comment on what they think the implications are for nation states and the state of, I guess, for lack of a better term, we're calling it information warfare, and where that might be headed. Since we've got some pretty knowledgeable people here about encryption and cryptography, what do you think the impacts are going to be on, the evolution of how nation states are competing? And when I say competing, I mean fighting.
So in my personal opinion, and I don't know anything about anything, but I feel like we, as a nation, need to militarize like a cyber initiative, that the way that a lot of this is handled in each of the whatever variations of DoD, that they're not, and maybe there's stuff that's happening above that's accounting for this, but it just seems that, going back to this, the very, very first talk today, there's a lot of critical infrastructure that'd be really vulnerable. If someone was to make a lot of this stuff dark, you like almost all the logistics in this country would break down overnight.
So there is a US Cyber Command. It does exist. And the military is on the record saying that, the internet and the digital realm will be a battlefield in the wars of the future. So they're aware of the problem. I mean, the problem that this really gets to, which you alluded to very nicely, was that we have a lot of critical infrastructure that isn't very secure. Power plants, water plants, right? Someone did a white hat study that basically showed that, a not too good hacker could turn off water, in lots and lots of different places. So yeah, there are huge vulnerabilities. We don't know what it will look like, but it's definitely a big problem.
Yeah, I think also whoever has the most information will have an advantage, right? So like information about the environment, about people's interactions. Yeah, I think about that problem that just happened maybe about 4 months ago, where somebody from the community infiltrated the open source project, or became like a trusted person in the, what was it? I forget the SSH, and then the library that they changed, and they, submitted a pull request, and then it went through, and this actually got deployed across multiple servers around the world, right? So,
yeah,
exactly.
Backdoor for
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guy under the name Giatan built up a reputation as a maintainer on a critically undersourced but critically used open source project. And this project was, software is a salami, right? You pack lots of other stuff into it. This particular piece of code got packed into a bunch of other things. The one core maintainer was like publicly talking about their like mental health struggles. So they passed it off to this other guy who was malicious, who embedded backdoors and took over the project. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from this. We could talk for a full hour just about this incident and what we could learn about it.
I think in that incident, we also learned a very valuable lesson that while we consume the open source code, so that is always a possibility, because consumer often doesn't check whole lot, doesn't understand whole lot. But in this case, what was found that upstream packaging in many other languages and other packages have gone to the point that there was point of no return, basically. You could change it's simple SSS module, but if you are upstreaming like Python cryptography, it has scripting over there, then lots of things need to fall in place and need to change overnight. That was the struggle. So.
Yeah, I'll say there's a whole Linux Foundation project called the OpenSSF that's focused, that was essentially put together because of incidents like this in the Log4j incident. And if you're interested in all these security problems, they do a lot of work on it there. I'm sure.
So all your information is owned by China now and Russia. All your information is owned by China and Russia now, as we speak. Yeah, yeah.
The good news is that it didn't happen today. It's so straightforward. So it's not new.
Any final thoughts? Or is that to you?
So I would say this, I think there are going to be both good and bad. I see actually on the ground, particularly the commercial vendors, big data center industries and so on, there is a big push that everybody is waking up to security. I see that. So that's a good thing. The only problem is that during the time frame we are going to catch up, let's say 5 years, some of the problem like PQCA or maybe something new is coming, I don't know. So I'm not sure how far we can actually catch up. So this catch-up game is going to continue for a while until the jury is out, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think I mean I echo the comments. This is never going to change. There's always going to be that cat and mouse game where you have the security minded people creating new ways of not getting hacked, and then you have hackers around the world trying to hack into those security things, breaking some of those things, and then security folks also coming around and creating new things so the things are more secure. The dynamics is always going to be like that, so I don't see any change. So it's just the cycle will continue, but and I guess as long as each one, I think from the protection side, from the I guess the blue team side, as long as we have the methods and the technology to stay on top, I'll sleep better at night. But I don't think the dynamics are not going to change.
Yeah, I agree that the dynamics aren't going to change, but I think we can tilt the playing field a little bit, right? Software is getting more and more complicated. The problems are getting harder. We have to make it easier for typical developers who aren't necessarily security experts to be able to develop using secure methods. And we're never going to eliminate bugs or vulnerabilities. There are always going to be smart hackers that outwit programmers. What we don't want is we don't want the foolish hackers to be able to win too. So
Thank you.
I'll preface this by saying I'm not a coder, but I've worked with a lot of developers and come to hear the terms static and dynamic code analysis. And with the implication, as I understood it, that, okay, well, if the developer didn't do that good a job, it'd be caught in code review. And I'm interested to know, how well does that really work? And because you were just alluding to, well, we got to do better in making it easier for developers to not make mistakes. How well does the code review process work today?
Andrew's yeah.
It depends. I think that the dynamic, when someone gives you a small, well-decomposed change that you can analyze and think about, then you probably get this dissertation of how good it is or not good it is. But if someone drops a big patch on a project, then sometimes it gets rubber stamped without the same scrutiny. So there's a dynamic there. But I kind of want to connect back to this other thread that's like always going to be an arms race. So you can build these tools. I mean, I think there's some really exciting things with the LLMs being able to help do some of the explaining, do some of the testing, do some of the, I mean, I think it will evolve. I personally feel like every assumption about software development is being reconfigured right in front of our faces. And it's going to be very different in terms of the pace and the quality of what we could do if we're thoughtful about it. I think it's exciting. That's before you even get to cryptography and security, just the stuff that you can do as an individual, like within the next, you're going to see $1 billion company started by one person, but with Claude 3.5 as their technical co-founder.
Yeah.
it'll happen because the leverage that you can get from these things, and if you're thoughtful about it, that can be your pair programmer, that could be your code review, that could be your task
Test-driven
decomposition. All
development.
this stuff is
Yep.
gonna, so like the cost, the dynamics, the speed is gonna go just exponential, but the adversaries have the same tools.
Yeah.
And it's an arms race.
Yeah. But it will always come back to the team and the people around who are actually using these tools, right? So the tools are not necessarily going to solve everything. So it's about like methodology, how teams are working together, and some of the DevOps. Yeah. So so how well they collaborate with each other, what type of communication they have. Those are great tools, LLMs, and but at the end of the day, too, you need to have. Yeah.
Back to the code review. And I think this is almost an object lesson from the story we're just telling too, that the code review that you get is different depending on who submitted the code and the relationship between the person who submitted the code and the code reviewer, right? So that there's like, if there's this trust, real or imagined or deserved or not, then that process isn't going to work as well as it could.
Just one funny thing. Long ago, I was taught about this competence maturity model long ago. So I was told that in that model, there are many types of personality, but two are particularly important: the tiger personality and the cow personality. So the tiger is the one who is going to just take a stand and everything is going to stop. If it is wrong, it is wrong. And the tiger may not see the other side. So that they say that that's not a good idea. But for security guys, someone need to be tiger, but a wise tiger. But then I was told that there is another personality, cow, who just sees everything right and let it in. So for the code review, I see at least in my team, a larger team, there are many cows, many tigers. So it's very subjective.
All right. So I'm disappointed that I'm guessing what I'm hearing here though is nobody thinks we will just all get along and respect each other's privacy.
Yeah, it depends on the dynamics of the specific team. Sometimes you rally around a common purpose, right? Like some deliverable or some goal or some, higher calling, if you will, right? And I think that actually helps a lot, right? So everybody kind of comes around that, and everybody's just different, right? So everybody has a different point of view, and I don't think every team works the same way, but I think having a purpose within the team helps.
Thank you so much. I want to give a round of applause for those who are here to this panel. Great insights. Thank you. Well, it's the closing. I want to give a very a shout out to Ron, who has organized this, worked tirelessly to organize this event. It was a lot of work to kind of bring and coordinate everything together and get it ready in what was a very short order, honestly, from the time that it was decided to make this happen until now. So Ron, thank you for kind of bringing this together. I also want to thank all of our sponsors who helped to make this happen. We could not have done it without Cloudflare sponsoring the space, Google sponsoring the training space, the Internet Society helping us to fund some of the food, the ACM helping us with those efforts and organizing and materials as well. And also our corporate sponsors like RXM, M42 and Front Egg. So thank you. And to all the speakers who came here, I know some of them traveled from out of state to make it to this. And I just want to thank all of you for putting in the effort. I know it's not always easy to throw a deck together and put a speech together, but we sincerely appreciate that. Ron, I'm going to hand it to you.
Dave, I'm going to share one. Now I'll share the last slide. As soon as I can share. All right. Once again, thank you, everybody. And thank you, David. And thank you, Andreas, wherever you are. Okay, last slide. Our next scheduled activity between the Internet Society and the ACM is AI Day in San Francisco. So this will be a similar style event, at least that is the current plan. Half training and half on policy, regulatory concerns, legality, ethics, strategic concerns. And so look forward to joining and seeing you then. So probably Q1. So we're looking at end of January, beginning of February, and hope to see you there. Thank you, everyone, and good night. Thanks, Rob. Thank you for everyone who hung out. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.